welcome to the Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreon, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, John Travolta, JMelds24, Yuya Nemento, Iron26, Endless, Goldie McKinnon, Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Fiberote, Bogey, Michael Kahn, Rob H, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Mel B. Styles, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Nealands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
I just realizing that words are so important in this thing. Like, I even had to look up what the word function means to get it from a scientific standpoint when they use this word function, and what is wave function collapse. But I learned something kind of interesting. It is right to say that wave function collapse is just a mathematical description, right?
Yes.
It's but it's a mathematical description of something that is actually seen.
Yeah.
Hello?
And the thing, sorry?
Neil saying hello.
I just getting a mic check.
Yeah, and the thing that's actually seen is that the pattern on the film that's at the after it's gone through the slits. True? Am I getting through? My mic's dead again?
You mean splits?
Okay. I say slits. I think. Oh,
I'm
okay.
sure
If we're gonna do the split thing, yeah. But after it's gone through the openings.
There you go. That'll cover you. Don't say slit,
Yeah.
don't say split. Openings. I like it. I don't know. Nathan's going to have to answer that question. I've never seen one in my entire life other than a YouTube video.
Yeah. Well, I start talking about this, and I'm not sure again how many people get the implications of this whole question around this quantum world. So I understand when, I can't remember the guy who said it, that if somebody says they understand what's happening in quantum physics, they don't understand what's happening in quantum physics. Because if it's showing us something that, in my understanding, makes an attachment between matter and something that's not matter. I don't know if that's an overreach in description, but That's the feeling I'm getting.
Not matter. You're talking God.
Talking the double
Yeah,
slit.
because
So I think I'm pretty sure Quantum Eraser went over this with you last time he spoke to you about scaling up what they fire through the double slit.
yes, like the believe me, I've looked at the experiments themselves. I want to take what I am understanding that is actually being said about what happens, because okay, I wrote down a statement, wave function collapse, and I put an equal sign beside that statement, and on the other side of the statement I put matter coming about, matter actually coming into existence. Is that does that make sense as a understanding of what wave function collapse actually is telling us?
No, because that's a description of the phenomena itself. What helps you is finding out why that happens. In other words, with science, you're always trying to establish the cause of that. That's where you find your vital information in the causal attributes. So in terms of wave function collapse, you could spend all day mathematically describing and quantifying and qualifying what is wave function and what is it for a wave function in this description to be collapsing, and what is it once it's collapsed. You could spend all day doing that, but
True.
what causes it? What's the cause of that? That's what you're trying to find out with science, right?
Okay, so I'm going to make the statement then that I think I understand is that, and the wording is evading me again.
What I would say is you're asking that you seem to be directed. When I'm setting up in the morning, so I could hear you asking something in the background and say, "Is anyone listening?" Well, no, I'm not, because I'm doing other things and I wasn't in front of the mic.
Oh yeah, that's
But
fine.
nevertheless,
Yeah.
just scribble it down and wait till QE gets here, because anything I say, I have got from him, and then gone and researched to a certain extent off my own back. But that doesn't make
Yeah.
me some expert in quantum mechanics by any stretch. Quantum Eraser, on the other hand, as his namesake suggests, would be the better person to ask. Yeah?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm going through his catexis stuff, because and then he's got it printed out too anyhow, thanks. Yeah. I'll wait for that. Yeah.
Yeah. I just don't want to profess to be more knowledgeable on the subject than I really am. I know I'm ignorant of 99% of this subject, and I'm not going to pretend that I know more than I do. I know the basics.
Oh no. Yeah, no, that would be of no benefit to yourself or myself.
Right.
Yeah, I got you.
Exactly. Now, I could spend the next 10 minutes bullshitting my way through your questions, but I'd rather not.
No, no. Yeah, because no, I'm telling you, just little statements I'm finding that I do need to even learn words. So maybe I'm coming in a little bit hot for this early in the
Not at
morning,
all.
but
No. I'm just confessing that I don't, may not have all of the answers, and there's no point in, highlighting my ignorance in this regard, because your questions are profound. Some of them I've asked myself to Quantum Eraser myself, and I've got answers.
yeah.
But because I haven't asked those questions 10 times more to be able to now parrot off a really concise explanation for some of the questions you may have, I just feel, I may have asked these questions also, which is why I think they're good questions to be asked again. But, better from you than me if they're in the forefront of your mind. But that's not to say they're not good questions or that they shouldn't be covered. It's just I'm not the best person to cover them. If gravity came up as the next question, I'd be, is Anthony here? Because he's better at it than I am. I know where my weaknesses are. Quantum mechanics is not one of my strengths. I'll just be honest.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's why I keep my name in front of me, so that I have that same sort of attitude that basically I'm here to learn, and but it's profound, this stuff. It is.
It is. It's
Thanks
fascinating
very
as well,
much.
which is
Yeah.
why I appreciate the fact that you're asking, and I want you to ask the questions. And if QE gets frustrated because he, can't get the question quick enough, or whatever, he gets frustrated, I'll be there to back you up, because I relate.
Oh,
I've asked these questions
yeah.
also.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Listen, that's sorry.
I was just gonna see if my mic's working.
We were all poised for something totally profound there. How to disappoint a flat Earth debate panel. Yes, your mic's working fine.
Yeah, you're like quantum mechanics is mind bending, because it's like it's really counterintuitive. A lot of this stuff in it. So, but it's experimentally valid. So what can you do?
But if I'm wondering if it's mind bending because I'm having the wrong concept of what is actually being concluded, that we are actually watching a bridge into something that I think science has been after, like the answer to everything. And yet we have this thing called wave function collapse. And the part that knowledge or information plays in this, and the fact that we're talking about something coming into existence, it's yeah, that's pretty close to the answer to everything in my mind. But I maybe there's some connection I'm not making.
Yeah. After you're at the point where if QE was here, he'd be quoting off. I can't remember who it is now, but the first sip of natural science will make you an atheist, and at the bottom of the glass, God is waiting for you.
Yes.
Right. That's where you're at, isn't it? I can tell. Yeah.
Yeah, believe me, and because I'm having dreams of getting a grip on this, and I'm saying, listen, Nathan, talk about a gold mine to have a program based around that. I would think would be drawing an audience left, right, and center. But because this is profound stuff.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I thought you were going to go somewhere else with that, which is to say that it must give you such joy and such satisfaction and such reward as a job to be doing this, given that this is the setting and this is what we're discussing and how profound these things are in terms of what it gives you as an individual, which is, like I say, where I thought you were going to go. But you're like, I thought it would reach a wider audience. Okay, that's fair enough as well. No, obviously, I slapped my YouTube hat on straight away and I could bitch and moan all day about that sort of thing. Yeah, I completely agree. But to sort of look at it from a less YouTube-y perspective, you just have to sort of look inwardly and go, what does this actually offer me? And this moment for you is that which it offers, and it's a humbling, good namesake in this regard, experience. Profound and humbling, but at the same time joyous and wondrous. These are all very positive things. I think you'll agree. Now that is what we get from this. It isn't fame, it isn't wealth, it isn't congratulations, it isn't applause, it isn't any of those things. Now if you seek those things, maybe look somewhere else. I don't know what to say, but on the other hand, if you're looking for wonderment and realization and a profound describe it, just lots of joyous words that I can think of that I wake up and experience each day. Those are the sort of thoughts and feelings. A full bank balance and a wide audience isn't necessarily the things I wake up to each day, even though I check my stats daily. Literally, this is the first thing I do. But you can't. What would I prefer? I've had this crossroads before, which is why I'm smiling about it. There reached a point in my career where I was a success and earning lots of money and driving expensive cars and flying around all over the place and had a full bank balance and could buy whatever I wanted. And it was great. And I was dealing with rich people. Now, at that point in my life, again, like with everybody, there's always a point that you go, But there's that guy. He's got a W12. He's got a much better engine in his Audi. You know what I mean? There's always someone doing better. There's always someone maybe working smarter or harder than you and earning more for it, or just luckier than you are and getting more for it, or whatever it is. There's always someone higher than you, no matter how much you're earning. But at that crossroads in my life, I had to make a choice. What do I really want out of life? What is it that I really seek? Is it having absolutely zero time, or and lots of money? I mean, don't get me wrong, that was great too, but no time. Or do I want to be on the other end of the scale, lots of time to actually enjoy life, but pretty piss poor? Well, ideally you want to strike a balance between the two, but there was a point in my life where I was like, no, I'm going to decide to go with the more humble life, do part-time work, less work, so I've got more time to spend with my beautiful wife and make children. You know, that was the idea. And that's exactly what I've done. And I feel a lot more fulfilled for it as I'm getting older. You know, your hair starts dropping out and you'll start looking in the mirror and going, God, I wish I'd done something with my youth. I don't feel like that in the slightest. I look back with a lot of pride on what I've done with my life, but simultaneously I don't feel like I've wasted any time. But it means I'm poor. Now, that is something that, like I say, when I made that choice, it's like, you know, that wasn't for YouTube. It was for other different boring work, menial work. But so that I could, you know, enjoy the time more. And then when you come across something like Flat Earth, obviously that consumes you for a certain period of time and to a certain extent of your life. But there is a point that it doesn't consume you anymore. But then you have to sort of step back when people go, what difference does it make? It's like, well, it depends where you are in your life. For the guy that's in the rat race, is only concerned about locking up his building so he doesn't get robbed when he goes to work, doing his work, coming home, getting himself fed, getting himself a decent amount of sleep and enjoying his telly for half an hour to a couple of hours before he does so, you know, hopefully getting to see his wife and kids for a brief period of time before doing the whole thing again. And then looking forward to the weekend as he does it, and then repeating the whole process week in, week out. That's normality for 90%, 99%, who knows, of people. Now, fine. For you, when you ask, what difference does it make? Well, perhaps none. For you, might not make any difference. You go, all right, okay, it's flat, right, got to get on with locking up the house, making sure it doesn't get robbed, getting in the car, paying for the payments, paying for the mortgage. Yeah, I can totally relate. However, before getting to Flat Earth, I had made a different decision in terms of where I wanted my life to go. I wanted more. And wanting more out of life isn't necessarily satisfied by just earning more money, as I found out. I tried to do it and did it and achieved it. Did it fulfill me? Nah. I was pretty miserable, I've got to be honest. A lot of it ended in badness and tears in many respects as well. You know, all sorts of horribleness, going through court cases with employers and suing them and all sorts of horribleness. That's what you end up with. And that's normality also for people at the top of the food chain. Oh yeah, just another court case. You might see it and it seem benign to you when you're not involved, but that is the life of people who are at the top of the food chain. Now, if you want to chew through your life dealing with combative issues with other people who you're competing with, yeah, it might be what you want. Some people thrive on that. Me? I don't know. I think life's got a lot more to offer. And when you get to points like this, where I'm going, the whole point of this discussion, like you are, and you go, wow, life has so much more profound meaning than I ever even gave consideration. I'm glad I'm in a position to consider it. I'm glad that life didn't just whisk by. And then you get quite old and go, wow, there's stuff that I might have considered when I had a more focused brain and I wasn't suffering with Alzheimer's that I could have spent a lot more time pondering. But there we go. You know, I've got the payments coming in from the well-satisfied mortgages and the shares and all the rest of the things I've done to make sure I'm secure moments before I die. And I'm contemplating things that might have been more profound earlier in life. But yeah, I don't think most people find their lives just whiz by. You know, they just disappear without giving it any real thought, consideration, without waking up and smelling the roses, so to speak. So, I don't know. That's what I think that, in my own little way, Flat Earth has got to offer me. And I can only be introspective about it. So when I look out on the crowds that aren't here, I could look at it and be disappointed. It's like comparing your bloody cock at a urinal. You know what I mean? So for someone somewhere, it's going to be disappointing. Not me. But you know what I mean? If you're going to be comparing yourself to other people and how many crowds they've got, you're just going to find yourself going nuts. I'm done.
I was gonna ask you when you're talking about the wonderment, you know, because when I was a kid, I felt that a lot.
Yeah, that's how I describe it. Childlike wonderment.
Right. is childlike wonderment the lack of a paradigm? Because when you're a child, you don't have the paradigm instilled in you. You just have that wonder.
Or the brainwashing. I'm starting to find it actually
Right.
quite difficult to teach my heliocentric doctrine of this Western world that we live in to my eldest daughter. I was only mentioning this yesterday, but on a Wednesday we do a quote-unquote science lesson together, and we took, you know, all sorts of things, whatever she wants half the time and whatever I'm going to set out for her the other half. So today it was, believe it or not, disequilibrium with density. That's what we were learning about, and she chose to learn about how babies were made, which is, you know, wonderful as a dad to teach a 6-year-old, but nevertheless, you know, that's what she wanted to learn, so fine. Anyway, more specifically, she wanted to know how twins came into existence. But anyway, that bit aside, I'm not going to go through that lesson particularly. But when it got to the relative density disequilibrium bit, towards the end of the lesson, although it wasn't part of it, I wanted to explain to her the principles of gravity and how it's related at this particular school level. In other words, for whatever reason, if it was suddenly state mandated that they had to be examined at 10, you know, to check that they're happily up to the standards of the state, I'd want to know that for whatever reason, if that was the case, I don't think it ever would be. She doesn't have to do any of that. But if it was, I'd be like, yeah, go and sit in the exam, and I'd be happy that she'd do well. Do you know what I mean? She understood the Western world rhetorics in all their glory. Well, this is one of those examples. But while I was trying to explain to her about the water going down in relation to the oil, she's like, what about the oil going up? That's what she said to me. I'm like, just ignore that bit, right? Just, it's the oil going down that we're focusing on, because I'm talking about gravity to her. And she's looking at me with this look. I'm like, yeah, I understand how easy it would be to brainwash you at this point. It all makes sense. It didn't until I had kids, right? Now I'm like, you're so impressionable. I could just tell you whatever I wanted now, couldn't I? Yeah? You'd accept it, because you're about as impressionable and sponge-like as a brain can be.
So just tell her the truth.
I did. It wasn't that I needed to. But the thing that I'm saying is profound is the fact that she's looking at me with a funny look, because she's just watched two things happen. One thing's gone down, the other's gone up. But when I'm contextualizing it after the fact with gravity, she's looking at me going, yeah, but in the lesson we've just done, half of it went up. You know what I mean?
Well, hold on.
Bullshit.
Hold on. What you just described, though, is how flat earthers get sucked into new gurus as well. When they get that childlike wonder back, and then someone's, you know, there's a fear that comes with not knowing. And, you know, somebody's got the answers. They're telling you the answers. It seems like, you know, a safe place, kind of.
Yeah, you'll go to the Feast of Nonsense. But then shows like Flat Earth Debate that push out truth pull you away from the Feast of Nonsense and give you a proper grounding.
There you go. That's why we haven't got hordes of people here. If you've ever seen the little cartoon meme where it's got the uncomfortable truth versus a satisfying lie, with 2 queues up to 2 desks. The guy with the short queue is the guy with the uncomfortable truth, and the guy with a satisfying lie has got a massive queue out the door. People want to be lied to. That's the bottom line. They want a satisfying lie.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's not crazy. I watch these guys who do VFX, right, on YouTube. Fascinates me how the process is done. I don't need to connect it to this, it's obvious. But that's something I'm interested in and always have been. I used to work in theatre and do set designs and stage management and all that kind of stuff. So learning how models for Star Wars are made, in spite of what we cover here, is still fascinating to me because I can relate. I've done it. So when I'm looking at the skill that's involved and listening to them describe the work that they've put into VFX, what makes me ponder the people who are in, I don't know, industrial light and magic or whatever, the people that are creating the illusion for the Western world are doing. I sort of think about how that person doing that job is just enjoying doing their job. You know, they're just happy. It doesn't necessarily matter to them that they're in a heliocentric paradigm. You know, when they're out there creating their model to make it as realistic as possible, to make it convince you that you're watching something happen in space. You know, they're just happy to be doing it. The same applies to absolutely everybody in any sort of heliocentric deception. You're going to be hard pushed to find an individual that's sort of rubbing their hands together with a black cloak, going, "I will convince the world it's a sphere." I just don't think it ever.
Hold on, Nathan. You said that when I said it's crazy that people would want to be lied to, you said it's not crazy. How is that not crazy? You're telling me people would rather be lied to than told the truth?
Yeah,
I don't get it.
I was getting there. So the guys who are doing these VFX, they also study ghost videos, and what they look at and bitch at, just like me describing the guy with the W12 Audi, right? The guy that you look up to and go, "Oh, you're doing better than I am, bloody hell," right? These guys look at the ghost videos and go, "Look at this, it's had 22 million views. It's a bit of dust going over an infrared lens." They know exactly what's going on. Or, "Look at this, it's had 13 million views. It's just a guy in a second superimposed take that's blurred out at 13 frames per second. Oh, it's just trash. We could do this in After Effects miles better." Yeah, but it's got 13 million views. Why? Because people want to believe the lie. In other words, the guy who produces that has got to do something that the VFX artist doesn't have to do. He doesn't, when he rubs his hand together, that he's made something to make you suspend disbelief at the theatre about Guardians of the Galaxy or whatever, right? He knows that he's done a good job of getting you suspending disbelief in the theatre because he's put so much effort in. The ghost guys, they're not doing that. They're just flat out lying. They're tying bits of string to drawers, pulling the drawer open off camera, and then pulling a spoon out with another bit of string, and then pulling a chair and a wet floor sign over. That's what they're doing. And then they publish it going, "Ghosts!" And they know they're fucking lying. So why is it that one, the VFX guy who's putting his heart and soul into his craft, gets less views than the lie? Well, because people want the lie. They want to believe the ghosts. And who's telling them about the ghosts? Well, not the people with the evidence, because they haven't got any. It's the people lying. So that's where they go to the people who are like, "Where's the guy with the real evidence for ghosts?" "Oh, look, there isn't any." "Well, I still want to believe it, though." "Well, there's plenty of people who'll lie to you about it. I'll go to them." Right? So that's where you get the gurus that John was talking about a minute ago coming into the fray and going, "Wow, these people are full of wonderment and impressionable. Like my 6-year-old. Well, I can tell them basically anything and they'll believe me. Just got to acquire a little bit of trust first. Show them the truth that they've probably already figured out by that point anyway. And so long as I can keep dishing them out a little bit of truth that's verifiable, when I plant a load of non-verifiable bullshit in their mind, they'll trust me as their guru."
That's different. People want to believe in the afterlife. You can't do the ghost comparison.
Okay, but when we get to that, it's back to humble. Why aren't there hordes of people here? Okay, well, do you want to pretend that we've got maybe, I don't know, a positively charged field? I'll just make up some complete crap, right? Just let's pretend that I went out tomorrow and started talking about this positively charged electric field that sort of surrounds us all at all times that we can physically draw from, yeah? Maybe with a little contraption or a gizmo that I'll show you to verify that this is the case, and then just say, I just need a little bit of funding, and I can create this gizmo that I could provide for everybody in the whole world that would basically power their houses, and they wouldn't have these troubling electricity bills. Yeah, I just need a bit of support in order to generate the gizmo based on my gadget that I've shown you that proves that this is an infinite energy source all around you at all times. Yeah, so you're going to support me? Maybe give me a bit of money for it, maybe watch my videos that are behind a paywall so you can learn more about it. The people who want that fantasy might give me money for that. But I've got to lie, haven't I, in order to achieve that? I've got to bullshit and be a sleazeball and a scumbag in order to just basically con people out of money. Now, by coincidence, that's exactly what I'm being accused of doing when I merely disseminate the facts and pull apart the nonsense. But that aside, that's what people can and do for the impressionable that want the lie, because it's convenient. If it aligns with their biases, they want that as quickly and as easily and as accessibly as possible.
Yeah, false hope sells really well. It sells just as good as hope. False hope, it sells.
We don't offer it. In fact, we discourage it. And that discourages vast numbers of people who are like, yeah, but this guy over here has got all this hope wrapped up in a package for me to believe in. That seems much more appealing. And when I ask him for answers on what the sun is, they tell me they've got distances to it and all sorts. They've already got the answers. Like, okay, maybe you're not in the right place because I don't have those answers. I'm really sorry. I wish I did, but I don't.
You know what? I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it with eyes opened. I forgot how it looks with eyes closed. My eyes are open. I see things now. So I guess it's different. I don't know.
If I could say, Nathan, I'm actually sitting here a bit embarrassed because I put that focus on and sort of seemed to be diminishing the wonderment. And yeah, that was my bad because I appreciate that side of your outlook on things. I think I was just thinking that really, if this part of it, this connection that's being made from a scientific standpoint could somehow be put out there, it would be for somebody a very valuable resource. Anyhow, yes, you are right, and that side of my thinking has a very religious focus, which we'll talk maybe another time about because it is a very interesting part of this whole thing. So.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected. And if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now we are joined by Righteous Force, Neil, Refracted Curvature, 10th Man, Arwin, Sleeping Warrior, and a whole bunch of people in Discord, so welcome one and all.
Yo, yo.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. Yep.
Hey, good morning.
Yep. Good
Morning, good morning.
Let's get on.
Yeah, it's a quick shout out to Flatsoid Perspective, which is a YouTube channel, which is doing very well at the moment, and everybody seems to love it. He's getting his own boycott, he's that good. So, shout out to you, Flatsoid. He covered Simon Dan yesterday, and Simon Dan was covering me. So, Flatsoid seems to have a reputation for covering things that are being covered by other people, and in this case, it was Simon Dan covering me, and then Flatsoid covering Simon Dan covering me. So, given how convoluted it got last time with us covering Flatsoid, covering Simon Dan, covering Professor Dave, I don't think we'll do a reaction video. But if you do want to hear the reaction video, Flatsoid's more than competent in speaking in that regard. Go on, whoever that was.
Maybe I'm going to review that video. No,
yeah, feel free.
not.
I mean, if you want to do your own little Simon Dan video on Simon Dan looking at gas pressure without a container and asserting that there's a gas pressure gradient, fine, respond to it all you like.
I'd
okay.
just be laughing all the time.
Oh, gravity was his response. Okay, fine. Yeah, no worries. So same exact rerun. If you want to see this play out already, right, go and check out the tete-a-tete between myself and PhD clown Thunderfoot, where the exact same thing happens. I explained to him that you can't have gas pressure without a container. It's a violation of entropy law. He comes back with gravity. So gas go down, go boom, boom, like solid bonded bouncy balls to force the other gases up. Now, gases are all created at ground level. And in order to have a gas pressure gradient, you've got to have gas pressure. So what's it pressing on? The bloody sky vacuum, Simon Dan. Yeah, that's as much response as it needs. If you want to see it play out in length, then go and check out any of the videos of me versus PhD clown Thunderfoot, with him pouring bouncy balls, solid bonded bouncy balls, into a fish tank to assert that gas go down, go boom, boom, to force the clouds up. No, definitely not. Gas expands in all directions. It expands in all directions to fill whatever containment it has. It fills the volume to then develop gas pressure gradients. First, you need containment. So there we go. That's my response to Dan. It didn't take long, and Flatsoid did just as good, if not better, a job. Less concise, perhaps, because he took a good solid hour, maybe a couple of hours over it. But yeah, check out Flatsoid's channel. Go and subscribe today. He did a really good job of a response video. It doesn't need a 4th generation one on top of that, or me doing the same job as Flatsoid's already done. So we'll do a bit of housekeeping. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge? That's a horizon formerly known as the curve of the Earth.
Nope.
Well, definitely not today. It's way too clear and dry in the air and cold, and then you can see too far, so that geometric horizon is going to be much, much further away.
Just ask the question again, Nathan, slower.
Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge, and then I qualify it with that's a horizon formerly known as Earth curve.
Yeah, I was disappointed to see yesterday that somehow we couldn't see where the horizon was at all on the Skunk Bay footage. Skunk Bay footage shows the point where the sky and the ground appear to meet, but for some reason we weren't able to establish where it was, according to some people. Which
really,
I had to leave because I found that obtuse.
Hold on.
Hold on.
John.
Hold on. What is the full definition of horizon? Because you didn't give the full definition just then. You didn't mention horizontal in that.
By definition, the horizon is the apparent position where the sky appears to meet the ground.
You used appears twice in that. You used apparent and then appears. You're not using the definition correctly.
So you want
is it apparent position, or does it just where the sky appears to meet the ground? Because I could be in the bottom of a canyon and look up and see the edge of the cliff appear to meet the ground. Would you define that as the horizon?
It can't. You're conflating two separate terms as one. You're conflating the geographical horizon, which deals with, or the topographical horizon, which deals with terrain. And I'm not referring to that. I'm referring to the horizon, the ground. So the topographical or the geographical horizon doesn't refer to the ground. That relates to the relief. But we're not talking about that. So there's a difference between the geographical or the topographical horizon and the horizon. The horizon is where the ground is.
And in the picture you were pointing at, there was only a geographical horizon. There was no apparent horizon, whatever you want to call it.
So what you're now doing is putting your hands over your eyes and going, I can't see the horizon, but it is clear that there is a horizon in the image. But if you say there's not one, okay,
good. I was about to challenge it on the basis that there's always a horizon, right? If you've got fog, this is what somebody specifically asked me yesterday in Flatsoid's chat, right? So they said, right, what if there's fog? How do I identify the horizon if there's fog? Now, number one, I don't know, you'd be sighing a star in fog, but it's not the question I was asked. So I was like, no, there will still be a horizon. Just relatively speaking, it'll appear closer, but you can still establish a horizontal with it. You know, that's just the horizon in fog.
But that's not what we were looking at.
No,
we were looking at land
just before
distance.
I know that's not what you were discussing, but I just want to clarify. Am I right in that position? I can't think of the circumstances where you won't have a horizon, even if it's pitch, if it's really... What's going on? Who's making that noise? Mr. Palmer, did you want to add something? You can always see a horizon. Am I wrong in that?
I'll just give an example where you can't, where you're in the bottom of a ravine and the cliffs are above you. Yeah. Is that a horizon?
Can I point out something?
No, that's not what I mean. I mean, you're out at sea and there's fog, where there would be normally a horizon, but for the... I'm not saying but for the building that's been built in your way, or the ravine that you're in, or the valley. No. I mean, where if you could, through the valley, see a horizon, then that might fit this example. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just saying, if the weather closes in, you see this in the imagery. The horizon moves, right? Well, in terms of what you can still utilize it for, what you can establish with it, it doesn't change in that regard. You can still establish the horizon in your sextant. That's what it's using to establish horizontal. However,
right. So if there's mountains in the distance, you think where the sky meets the mountains is the horizon, or what?
Yeah,
Nathan,
into the distance, if you're looking at a mountain range, then you're going to have a higher elevation than the ground level that you're trying to establish with reference. So no, because you're not referencing it in regards to the deck. You're not referencing the topology, you're referencing the baseline. So no, if you're looking out and you can see land on the horizon, that's going to be higher than potentially the ground you're on, unless you know the exact height in reference. But why would you then be doing anything with the sextant if you knew that?
Well, Sleeping Warrior, there was mountains in the background of that. Why are you asserting a horizon?
Because you're conflating the term the topographical horizon with the horizon, as I've already said, and you seem to have forgotten already. There is a
Anthony's right.
difference between the
There's mountains everywhere in that picture, and you're asserting a horizon. Just let it go, dude.
Yeah, so it's a topographical horizon in regards to if you have a fence line in front of you and it is the boundary point between the ground and the fence in this case and the sky above, then that's your topographical horizon. But that's not what you could use to establish horizontal with. In the same way, if there's mountains in the background, they're going to be potentially higher than the deck. You're referencing it for use with sea level, right? In other words, what you're trying to establish is the baseline for the measurement that can be established to draw out a circle of equal elevation. That's not going to be in reference to some random point on a mountain in the distance.
Yeah, the bit that you're missing, John, is the word ground is part of the definition for horizon, not relief, not topography.
The
Ground.
mountains aren't the ground.
Yeah, they are.
Correct. Mountains are not the ground.
No, they are.
Mountains are mountains.
No, mountains are the ground.
No, they're not. They're above the
Yeah,
ground.
you're done, dude. You're done. Just let it go.
No, I'm not done at all. You're just denying that there's a difference between
I've missed the argument here. Sorry,
and the horizon.
I can't control
And if you
this.
wanna conflate the
Stop.
two-
I just got to confess ignorance and go, John, I'll ask you. Hopefully we'll keep under control for the majority of this live show. Maybe I've missed the point that you're contentious about here. Can you explain?
Anthony's asserting that the horizon changes angles depending on the weather, and that's not the case. It changes distance, but not angles, because you use the angle. Hold on. You use your angle to the horizon and your height above the deck to establish your dip angle correction.
Deny. The evidence proves that's wrong.
Yeah, he's saying celestial navigation's wrong, so I don't know what to do with him. You go ahead.
No, I'm not. Let's not forget the context, John. The context was, how do we determine horizontal for the purposes of measuring an angle? And I said you get your reference from vertical. You get your 90 degrees vertical up, your what's it called, your zenith. You get your vertical, and from there you then get 90 degrees perpendicular to set your horizontal. And I said you can't use the horizon because, as we see in Skunk Bay, it varies. It moves up and down, and you can't tell where.
You say that. Celestial navigation proves you're wrong. Why do you keep saying it?
Because the horizon varies its apparent location based on the conditions at the time. As Nathan
location,
points out,
not angle. Not angle. You're saying
angle,
location.
yes, John.
That's a
Yes, John.
distant
Angle.
no.
Yes, John.
You're
Angle.
incorrect.
Listen to me. Angle. On a bad visibility day, you can't see as far as you can on a good day, and your angle to the horizon is lower. That horizon angle then is not horizontal, John, because visibility on the day doesn't permit it to be.
Hold on.
Talking about the
So-
deep angle, not the same
So
thing.
people who navigate don't find their way home. Good job, Anthony.
No, people who navigate use a system to get themselves home, but they are not basing it on a horizontal. They are basing it on the horizon angle.
You're done. You might as well just back up.
No,
My
I'm not done,
goodness.
John. You're just being dishonest. You cannot deny
Why are
that the
you throwing
visibility
yourself?
to
Right,
the
stop,
horizon.
What is that mirror on the
Anthony,
sextant?
hello,
What is that
take
mirror on
control.
the sextant called the horizon mirror for, Anthony? What's it called, the horizon mirror?
John, Listen to what I'm saying,
Well,
because this is
touch him.
important. It directly refutes your claim that you can set your horizontal to the horizon.
my
Everybody
claim.
stop.
Don't put
Hello,
this on
please
me.
stop,
It's
stop.
celestial
Hello,
navigation.
hello,
Pushing it.
please stop.
If you push
Please,
it, it's
Anthony,
yours.
Anthony, I've got to be able to control my show. That means when I ask to stop, please, can you? No,
I didn't
Anthony,
hear you.
number one, he's asked you about a tool used in celestial navigation, which is performed daily. And he said, what's the horizon mirror for then? You haven't answered him.
Right. If you set your horizon mirror to the horizon, depending on how good your visibility is on the day, your angle to the horizon will either be close to horizontal or nowhere near it, John. So you can set your mirror to the horizon,
Yeah,
no problem.
Hey, there's a subject matter expert that's telling you you're wrong in the background. I don't know if you're paying attention.
I haven't finished.
I
haven't
called the
finished.
You're wrong.
I haven't finished.
You've
If
been
you set
talking
your
for 10
mirror-
minutes. You've been
Okay.
talking for 10 minutes. I called
Okay.
a professional.
No problem.
I-
No problem, gents. Have a good day. It's become an echo chamber. So you guys talk about whatever you want, but you can't set your horizon
You
to
don't
a
have to
horizontal,
leave. You can
because it
just
isn't
listen
always
for a
parallel.
minute.
No, there's
You
no
don't
point in
have to
talking.
leave. There
There's
is
no
a point.
talking.
I'm
You're the only
about
one
to
talking.
explain.
Anthony, he's trying
I'm
to
No, I
about
don't
to
want an explanation. I want
Okay,
to
well,
address
come back
the
when
point.
you're ready.
Okay, Anthony's
No,
not willing
I
to
want
listen,
address
but
the
we
point.
do
The
have
point
an
that I'm being
audience,
asked to
Anthony.
address is the
It's
fucking
getting
mirror to the
chaos.
horizon.
Anthony,
If I can't
getting
address
chaos.
that, there's
I've
no
got an
point in me
audience
being
that
here.
wants to listen. Anthony, if you don't want to listen, okay, go away. I've got an audience that wants to listen.
Okay. Have a great day.
No worries. Go ahead, Ted.
Thank-
You can explain to the
thank you.
audience as Anthony wasn't
Yes.
willing to listen.
Yes, I called a professional navigator and I talked to him in person. And I asked him this very question. When it's really foggy, where it's hugging the ocean surface, but you could still spot one of the 64 navigational stars, so you have a view of the star, can you still use the sextant when it's really foggy? He says, yeah, just aim it where the fog is meeting the ocean surface, and that's your horizon. Now, what Anthony's not getting is what John has already explained, and I've shown, and John and I are on the same page of this, refractive curvature, is that you have a depression angle if you're 10 feet above the ocean surface, and it's a height of eye correction to get your eyeballs on the ocean surface. So if your eyeballs are really on the ocean surface, you have your horizontal and you have your angle. Anthony's saying you can't get an angle. John is correct that it's just a distance issue. It's not an angle issue. The angle still remains the same.
Which, by the way, destroys the claim of refraction too. Just to throw that in for the ballers.
Okay, well,
Absolutely. I said in the
uh,
past, it just plows through refraction all the way to the GP of the star or sun or moon, one of the 64 navigational stars, which those are one of them. Wherever that zenith, that 90 that Anthony wants you to have, which you have, your own zenith, your 90, okay, that's the principle of the bubble sextant. It's using your zenith because you got an artificial horizon, which is the spread level, and that's at eye level, and you don't need dip correction. I mean, this is so clear if you pay attention.
Sure. So what's trying to be communicated is the fact that even if you perform it in the way that Anthony's describing and saying, well, you don't need to establish a horizontal in order to get the angle to the star. Okay, we'll take that as read. Fine. So you drop a plumb line, you take an angle from the plumb line, and you get the star. For what? So that you can drop a line down from the star to the ground. And the line that runs out from your position to that position, the GP of the star, is along the flat baseline. That's what it is when you draw a circle around that point. So you can hopefully figure out that you're somewhere along that line that you draw. Now, you're not going to know exactly till you do a couple more, but that's the principle behind it. You're going to draw a straight line from your position to the GP of the star that you've measured the angle for. Does it matter that you've dropped a plumb line to get the angle to the star? No, because at the base of the star, there's a 90-degree angle between you and it, meaning there's a flat baseline between you and it. Now, if you use the horizon to establish that baseline, or you use your vertical and then subtract it from 90 the other way around, it makes no difference. You've still got a flat baseline between you and the GP of the star. And you have in all directions, if you're doing it in 3 directions to get 3 stars, You may only need 2. But in either event, you're going to be drawing out a flat baseline between you and the GP of the star. As evidenced by the description of the circle that you draw on the map. It's a circle of equal elevation. That means it's flat, 2-dimensional, in terms of the reference to the baseline. Sea level, 0. Not curving away 8 inches per mile squared, flat in all directions from your position to the position below the star at ground level. It's how you're navigating. It's what
Nathan.
you'll be navigating. Positionally, it's how you find
Nathan.
where you are, so then you can point your ship in the right direction and find your way home. Very literally saving your life if you're lost. But that requires a
Nathan,
flat baseline.
Sorry.
My
Nathan,
last
can you go
point,
to Master
just before
Dude?
I'm nearly done. What I was going to say to
Sorry.
Anthony, although hopefully he'll just come back and when he's cooled down a little bit, is that his argument isn't with John. It is with celestial navigation if he denies this principle, not with John. He's like, you're a liar. No, your argument is with celestial navigation, Anthony. That's what I was trying to step in to say, but now I've had the opportunity to say a lot more. I'm going to take it. Hopefully he'll come back.
Yeah, I didn't want to, like, I don't like to be called dishonest when I'm just citing what people have been doing since, well, forever, you know?
John, let me jump in here. Nathan, go to the Master D. I post the slide that we've seen many times before. It's one of many. I'm putting together a review. It's funny, I was putting this together yesterday and the subject came up today.
Yeah, it's up.
Okay. So, in simplified terms, hold on. When we take a sextant altitude of the sun, we're creating a right angle triangle between it and the Earth's surface at the GP and ourselves. Let me read that again. In simplified terms, when we take a sextant altitude, that's an elevation angle, of the sun, we're creating a right angle triangle between it, the Earth's surface at the GP, and ourselves. Now, ourselves, we have a 92. We have a zenith that's directly above us, right? Grade school geometry tells us that the two angles in the right angle triangle must equal 90 degrees. So the complement to the altitude projects an angle from the sun onto the surface of the Earth, which, just like in the latitude example above, can be converted to nautical miles. My goodness.
Exactly.
This is celestial navigation, not me, not John, not Nathan.
It doesn't matter. In simplified terms, when we take a sextant altitude of the sun, okay, it doesn't matter if you take that angle and minus it off your what you're going to take from your zenith. So you're going to drop a plumb line to take it. Makes no difference because you're creating a right angle triangle between you and it. And it is the point below the star. So there's a flat line between this guy on the boat and the star, which he's taking an angle to. So if the star's up here, yeah, he knows that below it, there's a 90 degree. That means between him and it, there's 90 degrees. Now, if Anthony says, all right, well, you can get the angle to the star from the plumb line. Yeah, so you can demonstrate that below it, there's a flat baseline between you and it. Because what you're going to be doing on the map, you're going to be drawing a massive flat circle to represent the point below the star. You're going to stick your compass in, and then on the map, draw a big circle. And somewhere on that circle on the map, you are sitting at some point on that circle on the map. Now, you might be anywhere on the bloody circle. You don't know. That's why you do more than one, to find the points that they cross over, so you can establish more clearly where you are on the circle. But all you're trying to do is draw out a circle at the point below the star that you've measured the angle to, and then gone to the books and gone, where is that star at this time? Where is it below on the map? Because that's the information you're trying to establish, so that you can draw a circle around and say, I'm on this circle.
Well, see, the thing is, in the imagery that Anthony was talking about, there was a place in front of some mountains where the water, it seemed to make a line, but the water would rise up and lower depending on the humidity. And I think it's called bulging of water or whatever. But he was asserting that was changing angles, and that's the horizon. Therefore, the horizon's changing its angle to the observer.
Reasonable.
And
But
right.
but the height of eye correction is where you are, and the surface of the sea where you are, and it's considered to be a horizontal for the right angle to work. Thereby, the sextant cannot work on the curved baseline. So it doesn't matter if, like in the big waves, like when it's big waves, they said, what do you do when there's big waves and you have to take a measurement because the clouds are about to cover one of your stars and it says it's going to be cloudy the next week and you need this measurement? What do?
Okay, so hold on, just 1 second. So therefore, Anthony's correct. If the water level's rising, then absolutely ipso facto you are altering your angle to that horizon. He's correct. But you're saying...
That's not the horizon, though. If you can't pull a horizontal from it, that's not the horizon.
No. What Tenth is saying is, when you do the dip angle correction, what you do is you measure your height above the deck, correct?
The deck meaning the ocean surface.
Yeah.
You measure your angle. So
you make
you're measuring angles.
I'm nearly there.
You're measuring angles and then deducting for height with an angle.
Yeah, but you're adjusting to the deck. Now, if the height of the deck is altering, i.e. the tide's coming in, then ipso facto it will alter the angle. But you're going to correct for that because you're going to have a different height in the dip correction because the height you have changed. Now that ipso facto must change the angle.
No. The height that you correct, you already established when you were on shore at the dock when the water was still. You take your 3 or 4 positions from your sailboat that you always take your sextant angles from. You get a tape measure and you say, if I do it from here, it's 9.5 feet. If I do it from here, it's 10 feet. If I do it from here, it's 12 feet. You already know what you're going to minus because you can't do it. You can't pull a tape measure when the sea is going crazy on you. And when
hold on. Hold on. That's what Anthony was positioning. He gave his example. I listened. As Skunk Bay, which is a time lapse over a period of time. Now, given that the physical height is changing over that period, that means that you would.
It's not the horizon, though. It's not the horizon. There was a mountain
that is moving as well.
It wasn't the horizon. That's my point. It wasn't the horizon. There was mountains beyond it. It's not where the sky's meeting the ground. What are you talking about?
It's
where the ground's meeting the water. That's not the horizon.
And to substantiate that claim, sea level has to rise for that to have any sense.
That's what I thought was being.
Sea level doesn't rise; it stays at sea level.
That's what I thought was being asserted by Anthony, i.e., the tides coming in and raising the level of the water, and then Tenth qualified it as being bulging. You're like, okay, so if that's the case,
let me finish. Then, I never got to finish.
Right. So no, just address that point. No, because that's absolutely fine. That is a local obstruction. We are not using the sea per se. We're using the point of optical dissolution, the point where we can no longer distinguish between the sea and the sky. Therefore, irrespective of where it is, that's what we're looking for. That's what's defining the horizon. Nothing in reality.
Okay, but that doesn't meet the semantic. That doesn't meet the semantics that Anthony was putting forward because you're saying point of optical.
I gotta finish.
Hold on, I'm in the middle of a sentence.
I know, but you got half my statement.
Thank you. I'll just rather finish my sentence. So, Adam, his argument isn't regards to what you've defined the horizon as in terms of an optical dissolution point. Whereas we're all clarifying, and I know where you're all going. You're all saying, you can't use the mountains because that isn't where the apparent position that the land and sky meet. Because it isn't. The sea or sky or land or sky meeting at a point of optical dissolution, which is what you'd use if you were pointing your sextant at it. If there's something in the near foreground, that's going to be the point, right? Therefore, it's like a fence in the way if it's mountains or anything else. Now, I get your point. But Anthony's then brought up the definition of horizon, and it doesn't define it that way, does it?
But that's the problem, is because there's mountains behind the point that he says is the horizon. So tell me, how do you define the horizon? Is it the point where the mountain meets the water?
That's not what he put up on screen, though, is it? From a semantical point of view,
Yeah, he
Anthony's
did.
right.
No, he's not. Go, look at that picture again. There's mountains all over the background of that. That's wrong.
Yeah, but that would be
That
the
would
land.
mean he had multiple
But that would be,
horizons.
but that
as
would be
well,
the
in that
land. In
picture.
Nancy, I'm just playing devil's advocate for Nancy. He hasn't come back, right? So he's saying that's the land. It's in the definition as the point where the land or sea meets the sky, right?
Right. So how many horizons can you have in one image?
One.
How many are in Skunk Bay? I've got 4.
Can't even remember what it looks like. I'm fighting from a position that I don't know because I haven't got the argument in front of me.
Yeah. So we can't. It has to be, and it is a semantical argument because we got it to this. It's the apparent position. Now, the top of a tree, the top of a mountain is not apparent. It's real. It's a defining thing that defines a boundary line in physical reality. It's not an apparent position that is defined by an inability to resolve.
So therefore,
May I finish?
hold on a second. By logical inference, then, when we argued about the Isle of Man, the only horizon that was in existence was in what we falsely identified as Ireland. There was no other horizon in that image then.
No, because you were seeing all the way to Ireland.
Hold on a minute. Not because we... No, we weren't seeing all the way to Ireland. We were seeing the other end of the south end of the Isle of Man. But that's not the point. My point is that that was the point of optical dissolution in that image, not the band of refraction, mirroring, upside down, bottom of the beach, whatever you want to describe that line as, at the base of the Isle of Man. That is not what you would define as a horizon by this definition and standard. Am I correct?
Yes, because that's what I think of Travis.
Absolutely.
He's never called that a horizon. It's his ether bandiness. It's that point of dissolution. But it's not classified as a horizon because there's something behind it.
No wonder Rumpus wouldn't answer me. It's been 4 years of me pondering this. Why wouldn't Rumpus answer me when I waved my mouse over that line in front of the Isle of Man, right about the point of the, the Mughal, whatever it was, the lighthouse, right in the middle bit, with that line, and I asked him outright, what is this? And I drew my mouse over the line that we're now saying, that's not the horizon. Well, the horizon's Earth curve, isn't it? But in this image, that could never have been qualified as being, let's change the phraseology, Earth curve. And when I said, what is this bit here, what I was actually asking him, or I wasn't concise enough in my questioning, I was too vague, I was asking, what's the mirror banding? Because that's what kind of the topic was about. But because I didn't phrase it, he just couldn't answer. I've never ever, except in that one instance, stunned Rumpus to silence. That's the only instance. He couldn't deliver a single word to answer my question in that regard. And I was like, why did that stun him to silence? Like in any other instance, you just say, oh, it's the mirror band, because that was what was on my mind. But now I know why. It's because you could never qualify it as being the horizon, could you? It doesn't meet the definition. And that's what they're saying the Earth curve obstruction is. So how are you going to claim it's the limitation at the point, the hill, when there isn't that to qualify in the image itself, except at that one point in the far right of the far left of the image? Fascinating.
Well, I know why Rumpus, if I may, I know why Rumpus would not answer that probably. It's because he knew that we would still have to figure out the lies. So he just didn't want to already give us the answers of future dilemmas, right? Because it's like a branch, and it's all illusion. A branch of choices, and every pick is an illusion. He didn't want to give the game away. So he's not going to answer because you hadn't caught on to the game yet. Right. Now he would probably answer, now that we have the Black Swan argument and all that.
Maybe. Okay.
That's how he works.
Good morning, guys.
Morning, Chocolate. So we've got navigation by, I can't read the name, it's too small.
You know how many times I changed positions in that argument? Because I understand what Anthony's saying, and it's heartbreaking because he's not getting what I'm trying to tell him, and I don't want him to think that I'm dishonest, but he's wrong when he makes, some of the claims that he made.
Saying you're dishonest was just outrageous because his arguments with celestial navigation at that point. So to claim you're dishonest is just an outrage. But there we go. That's a different point. Did you want to add something, AI?
He was going to move it to J-Trick, wasn't he?
I do.
So this whole problem stems from the beginning. This whole problem stems from the beginning. When Scientism was
Go ahead.
Anyway, this whole problem stems from the beginning, with just like that article where it says the argument begins and ends with the horizon, because the horizon is assumed to be a physical location. All of this is just confusion between physical locations and optical locations in your field of view. For example, Anthony's correct that you can never shoot a straight line from any observation point to the horizon and that line be horizontal. That's a fact. The only way that could be done is if you were directly in the line of the horizon to which physical matter would be obstructing you. The only time you could see a horizon, right, being a horizontal line, is left to right in your field of view, which, by the way, if it's a circle, it would look like a flat line, which goes back to the question which you ask Globers all the time: how high do you have to be before that flat line turns into a curved line geometrically? None of them can answer that. It's all optical phenomenon. There's no real geometry in any of this.
You know the answer to that?
Yeah,
it's always.
you go to
The answer in terms of the physical geometry. I had a look at this ages ago. We actually again covered it in the Isle of Man discussion, and it's hidden in Mick West's calculator as I think it's called the advanced curve calculation. I think that's what they call it. But essentially, there is a certain amount of curvature that you would observe in your field of view, and that would become more pronounced as you raised in altitude. Now, this is one of the very first principles that I got to get around, my head around in flat earthism when I first got here, thanks to Rory Cooper. My Perspective is a South African guy who does animations, and he just showed it. It's like, here you go, here's a rendering of a sphere Earth at the radius of 3959 miles. Here's you stood on it. This is what it looked like as you raised in altitude. You go, wow, it just gets more and more curvy. And here's what it would look like if the horizon was falling away at 8 inches per mile squared. And you go, yeah, shit, there's loads of stuff blocked by it. At all times. Why? Well, because it's a bloody hill getting in the way at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Here it is rendered. It's obvious if you're on a ball. Not to say the least that it's really, really, really obvious because it's such a small ball. People don't appreciate how small the heliocentric ball really is. And it would be observably obvious that you had a curved surface presented to you. And it wouldn't be, oh no,
That
it
would
just
be a
looks really
violation
flat
of the
today.
model.
Oh, you wouldn't really notice. You would. That's why they've got maths for how much you would notice it and how much it's blocking boats and buildings. Because that's how noticeable it would be. They're claiming it's bloody noticeable. Here's the maths for how noticeable it is when they simultaneously tell you it's negligible. Oh, right, if you only got a few hundred meters. No. It would always be in effect at all times. Yeah, if you got lower to the ground, it would become more pronounced if it was really the case. It would be curving in your peripheral vision to a certain extent that's measurable according to the maths, and it would become more pronounced as you raised in altitude. Simple. Exactly as they claim. It's not like that's a stretch, that's their claim.
yeah. It said that.
Who was that? Somebody else said they wanted to go. Whoever that was, go ahead.
No, I was asking if Ted was there.
Yeah, and I'm very frustrated.
I know that's why
I
I'm
couldn't
at- I was
finish.
using-
I'm in the middle of a sentence and I get cut off. And then when I try to get back in, I'm told I'm not allowed to finish, meaning Nathan saying that to me when I wasn't allowed to finish. This is a very frustrating show, especially after spending years studying the subject. And I got the answer for Anthony directly.
I
I
entirely
can't get
blame
it out.
Anthony. I mean, this is all his fault. Let's be honest. Go ahead, 10th. You've got your navigation presentation up as well, whenever you're ready.
Well, it's in pieces at this point. Look, let's get something straight. A bubble sextant uses a spirit level and has a fictitious horizontal, which is the spirit level itself. It's in midair. It's at the eye level of the observer. You'd use this when you're landlocked. You don't use a mountain. You don't use anything. You use this. Or you get the other artificial horizon method, because they're both artificial horizons, the spirit level as well as the Pan and Mercury. You do what Lewis and Clark did. No dip correction or height to vibe, which is what it really is, required. Okay? But when you're at sea and you're using the Mariner's sextant, you don't have the luxury of a steady ship to hang a plumb bob. So that you use your 90 degree, like the bubble sextant does, to establish the horizontal. You don't have that luxury. it doesn't work. It would have to be so still for it to work, but there's rarely those occasions. So that's why at sea, they have the Mariner sextant that has two mirrors. One's the index mirror for the star, and the other is the horizon mirror. And you aim it at the horizon. And since the sea is not steady, they have devised methods of doing this. So the fact that it could be a really wavy day, and you have only a few minutes to do it before the clouds cover that star that you're trying to sight, you don't do it at the bottom of the trough of a wave. You do it at the top, the peak. That's how they say to do it, okay? And then if you even want to do it a little bit to where you can be a little more exacting because the conditions aren't going to give you a more precise reading as if it was a still day or, calmer day, then you have the amount of the wave. So if the waves are 10 feet high, then you just say 5 feet. And you do this in your calculation. So basically, on a perfect condition where you can sight the horizon and there's very low movement, you're going to be half a mile to a mile out of what you're looking for. On these days when it's wavy, it might be a little bit more, but at least you got it before that cloud covered that star. So it's very simple what they use the horizon for and how they do it. And they're always at the top of the wave, and then they have the amount of the size of the wave. But I digress. What I'm trying to point out to you is that when Anthony said you can use your own zenith, he's right. But that's difficult at sea because you can't keep that plumb bob steady. So you use the horizon instead. And there's methods to that. Now, the same reading is from both. So if you use your own zenith, okay, it's better I show this. So Navigation by Harold Jacobi, a great book. It's one of the ones that they save for literature because this guy, he was big up in his university when he wrote this book. All right. And then you got the cover, Harold Jacobi Navigation. Now go to the second to the last slide because that's where the next part is. Chapter 6, the Sextant. Tell me when you have it.
Well, Nathan's just pulling that up. Could I just ask you a question on that last bit?
Is that Anthony, by the way? Is the rumpus victim Anthony?
Yeah, I've come back in to correct some lies.
Okay, we'll get to you.
I've been misrepresented, and I want to be able to respond accurately, and I want the respect from my peers to let me fucking talk.
Okay, you will. Go ahead. Not you. 10th.
We have twice made reference to this instrument. Once, page 5, as contrivance and ascertaining by observation how high the sun is in the sky, and again, page 59, in the measurement of a danger angle. These two uses of the sextant are not inconsistent, for it is really intended for the measurement of any angle, page 8, formed at the observer's eye by two lines drawn to distant objects. In the case of the danger angle, these two distant objects are landmarks ashore. In the case of the sun, they are the horizon line where the sea and sky seem to meet, and the sun itself. This height of the sun, or of any star, in the sky is called its altitude. And so the altitude is always an angle to be measured in degrees and minutes. The point directly overhead is the zenith. The angle between lines drawn to the horizon and zenith is 90 degrees, or right angle. An altitude of 40 degrees, for instance, simply means that the distance from the horizon to the sun is 40 over 90 of the total distance of the horizon to the zenith. Now, I want you to go back to the slide after the book cover, Navigation by Harold Jacobi, where it shows the two zeniths. The co-altitude.
The one on a curved horizon.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, now these are 90s, but they have a curved horizon because they have to lie about what they're doing. But you can see right there, it says 90, and it's got an arrow saying 90 at the bottom right-hand corner of that blue zenith line of the star. The observer has a red zenith line. Okay? These cannot be diverging zeniths. It cannot work, or else you wouldn't have that 90. So it's an admission here that if you have an angle all right, of 60 degrees. 60 minus 90 is 40. 40 times 60 nautical miles, 1,800 miles. So I'm sorry, I got that wrong here. Let me see. I got a little thing that popped up. 90 degrees, complement of the angle, 90 minus 60 is 30. And then 30 times 6 is 1,800 nautical miles distance. Now, Anthony, if he was able to hang a plumb line, he wouldn't need to use the horizon. He could just use his zenith, the red line that's coming straight down, and he would have the co-altitude right away. He would know he's 1,800 miles. No need for a horizon when you got a plumb bob, because you already got your zenith, and it's already assuming a horizontal, because it's got to be a right angle. But when you don't have a plumb bob on the boat, then you got to use the horizon, and the same answer is equivalent for both. They both work, they both give the same answer, okay, because it's a right angle. You can't have a right angle on the curved baseline. So this is what kills that whole globe claim that sextants can work on a baseline that's curving. The next slide shows for kids how you can draw it out. It's a paper plate. Shows the zenith of the observer where the sailboat mast is. Okay, it shows a star. And of course, you can draw a line there to mirror the previous picture, and that'd be the zenith of the star. But if you were just able to use your own plumb bob, then that yellow portion would be your co-altitude, and you wouldn't need the horizon. But because you're at sea, you have to use the horizon, which is the red part, and your angle to it, to the star from the horizon, and then you subtract from 90 to get your co-altitude. So it's a two-step method, okay? The next slide. The next slide shows exactly what's happening. And these are all from their books, and this is how it's explained. Alt has, method of celestial navigation. So you got the zenith of the observer, you got the zenith of the star, two straight lines, and this one doesn't have a curved baseline, and this is how it works, because they're not lying here. And that zenith distance between the observer's zenith and the sun is the co-altitude, and that could be achieved with a plumb bob or a bubble sextant. But if you have to use the horizon, you have to do the elevation angle first, then subtract that from 90 to achieve the same answer. Okay, the next one. Sextant is an angle measuring device. It shows here exactly the right angle, and it shows exactly where the sun would be. And you draw a straight line down from the sun to get the sun's zenith. You can do it either way, Anthony. It works the same way. Nothing changes. Okay, the last slide, circle of equal altitude. So whatever angle you are, you can draw a circle on the surface of the Earth. You're somewhere on that circle until you do a second one, where the two circles cross, and you're at either one of the points where they cross. The third one would give you your fix if you had 3 stars to do. So Anthony's right. You don't need the horizon if you have a steady plumb bob or a bubble sextant. You can get the same answer. But if you're at sea and you can't do that, you have to shoot the sea horizon. And as the professional navigator told me, if it's fogged in and the horizon is closer, it doesn't matter. Just as long as you have a view of the star, shoot it and mark it, because you still have to get your eyeballs at sea surface for that horizontal with the height of eye correction.
Can you reiterate the point with regards to a very choppy big wave sea, what you do?
Yeah, in a big wave sea situation, they already know their readings won't be as precise as if it was calmer. So what they do is they wait until the boat is at the very top of the peak of a wave, and then they could see the horizon for seconds, if that, and they have to shoot it right away. And then they have to estimate the size of the wave, say it's 10 feet, then they half it as an average. And then they go by that.
Yeah. What's that 10 foot being applied to? Mathematically, it's being applied to the height above the deck.
Yeah.
We're not adjust. So we adjust the gain in choppy water for height above the deck. What we don't do is adjust for the height of the waves in the distance at point of optical dissolution.
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
Yes. So that's obviously to Anthony's detriment, but now Anthony can have the floor. Go ahead, Anthony.
Right.
Nathan, can I add something before he goes in?
How brief is it? It's going to piss Anthony off royal. If it's
No, but I hope he's going to clarify all the confusions up to now. If you give me the floor for a few minutes,
and have it after Anthony.
Okay.
Go ahead, Anthony.
I want to address John and Adam. Okay. Firstly, I'll start with John. not Adam, not Arwin, not 10th, not anybody else, just John. The horizon, by definition, I've got it on screen, Nathan, if you wouldn't mind presenting. The horizon, by definition, and this is the bit that I've done twice, and at no point did I call you dishonest, but I did correct you twice, and it doesn't seem to have gone in. You then told me that I was done when you ignored what I said. Now I want you to address what I say, John, and I want you to address it accurately with what I say, with what it says on the screen, not with something else. The line at which...
Does it say... Is the mountains part of Earth's surface?
No, it's the line between... The mountains is topography, isn't it? We have a topographic... I'm going to come to the topographical horizon in a minute. When we have the horizon, it's where the sky appears to meet the ground. Or, in this definition, it says that where the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. But it's not referring to mountains. When you point to the mountains and say, that's the horizon, that is a different kind of horizon, and it's not the horizon. That's called the topographical or the geographical horizon. And they do this because there are mountains that are present in a lot of imagery, and you can't... What is the horizon? The top of a tree? Or is it actually where the tree sits on and the tree is above the horizon? Of course, the tree is above the horizon.
Did you say actual?
The top of the tree is not the horizon. The horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground. When we had the skunk bay footage, Adam was wandering about aimlessly with where the horizon is. And I take issue with that.
Hold on. Is the horizon where the Earth's surface meets the Earth's surface?
Well, Adam was down here somewhere asking, was the horizon down here? And we all know that Adam knows that the horizon's not down here somewhere. We know that there is a line here. There is a line here that appears to be where the ground and the sky appear to meet.
Yes.
You guys say, well, there's mountains in the background. That's not the horizon. That's the topographical horizon, and it is separately distinct from the horizon. The horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground.
Or sea.
Now, let's look at the definition for the word horizontal. Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. But look at this bit here, the secondary bit, at right angles to vertical.
Was you pointing at a plane? Was you pointing at a plane when your mouse was going? Was that a straight line you were pointing at?
I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it. Because horizontal is 90 degrees to vertical, Bev would say perpendicular. When we look to a horizon, if the horizon itself is moving in the imagery, which over this time lapse it clearly is, then you haven't got an accurate position in which you can focus you can set your horizontal to. Because at any one point throughout that day, you can have it lower or higher in the imagery, and you can say, well, I'm pointing at the horizon, and that's fine if that's what you accept is the accepted position for horizontal.
Sorry, I'm
but
sorry to
by
interrupt.
definition, the horizontal...
I just need some clarity about what you're pointing at with your mouse. Can you go back to your image and just point at any point along the horizon and just leave your mouse there?
It's this wavy line here that's subject to real-world refraction, not 7/6R.
Hold on.
Actual real-world refraction.
Can't see your mouse. Just
This
keep
line.
it still. The toppermost line.
No, not the mountains. It's the hard surface line between the surface of the ground, or water in this case, and the sky. Not the mountains, the water line. You can see it.
It's not waterline. It's another row of hills in front of the mountains that are in the background behind the peninsula that sticks out of Skunk Bay.
Is it where the sky appears to meet the ground, Adam? Yes or no?
No, there is no point in this image. And this is why I was waving my mouse around, because genuinely I was lost as to what you thought was a horizon in there. I could not use anything in that picture to define a level. And that's whether that line moves or even if it stayed fixed and never even moved, I can do nothing with that topographical horizon, as you call it, to ascertain a level, because it is not a horizon that I can use to define level. It's just an obstruction in my field of view.
Okay. If you say that you can't work out where the horizon is, I accept that. I don't agree with you, but I accept that Adam can't work out where the horizon is. Everybody else can, in my submission. Everybody knows where the horizon is.
So, okay, let me clarify the position. There is no horizon that I can use in there. I can make a statement that the hills in the background form a blockage, a topographical horizon, but that is of no value in any way, shape, or form ever for celestial navigation.
That's a
Back to
straw
my
man.
ravine example.
I'm not
Back to my
making that
ravine
claim.
example.
I'm not making that claim, Adam. That's a straw man argument, and I've addressed it directly with a rebuttal that says that the
What's your
horizon
claim,
is
then?
not.
That's the topographical horizon.
No, the mountains in the background, Adam, are not the horizon. They're the topographical horizon, which is not the horizon by definition.
Where's your horizon then?
I've just told you. It's where the sky appears to meet the sea.
That's a hill.
Okay, so Adam can't work out where the horizon is. Right, let's move back to John.
It's a hill. Don't say Adam can't work it out. I've just told you what it is. And you've just denied the fact that it's a hill and reified it as the horizon.
Okay, so again, my position is simple. Adam can't work out where the horizon is. You
There
say
is
it's
no
a hill.
horizon. Adam's not saying he can't work out horizon. He's stating there is no horizon there. There is
Let me try
no
a different
point
way.
in this
Let me
image.
try,
Go
Adam,
back to your
let me-
definition.
Hold on. Let me
Go
try a
back to
different
your
way.
definition and read it. And there is no point where the land appears to meet the sky. There's no point where there's an apparent position of the meeting that isn't real or actual. What there is an actual position of obstruction, whether you pick the peninsula, the first row of hills in the background, or the mountains which are sticking out in little bits above the hills. All of those are physical obstructions where the sky does, where the land does obstruct the sky. None of them can be defined as a point where the land appears to meet the sky as a consequence of optical dissolution.
I accept that you're unable to ascertain where the horizon is. I don't agree that anybody else would agree with you that you can't work out what the horizon is. But if that's your position, Adam, you're happy to stay there. I'm happy for you to stay there. You can't work out where the horizon is.
I'm not happy to stay with the way you summarize it. No, I'm happy to say
Well, that's what you're doing.
There is no horizon in the picture by definition of horizon.
Okay, according to you. But
according to the
else
definition of horizon. Who's everybody else? Who's this everybody else? There's only you taking this
with
position.
eyes in the head.
Anyone with eyes in the head. You're not really supporting your argument.
Can I get it? Can I get in here?
He's pointing at a point on a picture and declaring that's the horizon.
You heard me just jump in here.
Everyone else stop. Right, we're going to get... everyone stop. We're going to get Jorge, then Robot Ox, then Eli. So everyone on the G+ panel, you're just going to have to hold your tongues for a minute. Go ahead, Jorge.
Thanks, Nathan. I think we've been talking about the subject and we're not realizing what we're talking about. When we use the horizon for whatever celestial navigation or whatever, we're using the surface level. That's pretty much what we are using. And elevations from it. With that said, if you cannot visualize the horizon, the surface level, that is, you can use an artificial horizon. I already pointed out before, it's never too much to point it out. You can have a bowl with water or a bucket with water and use that surface as a horizontal plane for you to do your elevation angles, regardless of how the weather is outside. So that's another one. And finally, just to point out, because all of this started with the curvature of the Earth, just to point out, like John says, the curvature of the Earth, it's below the surface level, so who cares?
Yeah, very good point. Robot Ox, go ahead. Robo, is it Roto? Roto.
Yeah, first of all, Nathan, I want to say thanks for having me on, man. Last time I came in here, I just started unloading some boxes at the door like I was FedEx, so I apologize about that. But on this thing with water, so everything that we do here is oriented to something. So what is known first before topography, navigation, building, anything? What's known is the fundamentals. Water is the orienter. In other words, it's what is horizontal. It's what we base horizontal off of, water. So, in other words, like, it's always horizontal. See, a cup, if I had a bathtub of resting water, it will be horizontal. If I dropped a plumb bob, it will be perpendicular to that bathtub of water. If I took 1,000 cups of water from that tub and held them up at different elevations, they will all be parallel horizontally to each other. No matter what the elevation, no matter what the spread distance, they will all be parallel horizontally. Same with if you dropped a plum on each of those 1,000 cups at whatever distance, whatever elevation, every plum will be parallel vertically. But what's known is that water is flat. We make these tools to represent that. Spirit level is nothing more than a cup of water, showing horizontal.
Okay,
When we're on sea, it doesn't matter.
You're summarizing these axioms, which is fantastic. But we actually have a housekeeping question around these axioms, which you're correct to assert, which is to say that is there any evidence that level, what you're describing, is not horizontal?
Well, this goes back into the new definition of level, which I disagree with, which is equidistant from the center of the earth, because you're actually working.
That's the challenge. That's been taken out of the housekeeping question. I'm glad you brought this up. We may get into this a little bit more, and I know we will because it's a housekeeping question. So for now, unless there's something else, Roto, I'm going to move on to Eli, if that's okay. Unless there's something else.
Good.
Eli, go ahead. Thank you, Roto, and thank you, Jorge.
Yeah, it's super amazing that level has to come up. It's just one of the things they've used to try to hijack the conversation. But trying to get clarity for the sake of coming to some conclusion for Adam and Sleeping Warrior. Hello, guys. I think this will be good because Adam, I think, is correctly stated what is considered a horizon and what is not considered a horizon. And I think when we talk about the horizon, I think Adam and Sleeping Warrior are talking about the same horizon, but Adam is pointing out what is not a horizon. I think it's just fair to say, fair point. And I'll read why from Horizon at National Geographic. So at the top, it says the horizon is the line that separates the earth from the sky. Okay, so what does that mean? Because it sounds like in the video or the whatever you're looking at, there's some mountains or there's some stuff, right? So it's like, does that count? What
I can answer
are we
that.
actually talking about? What is the contention? So the horizon is the line that separates the earth from the sky. Some of the best places to see the unobstructed horizon are beaches where the ocean meets the sky in an uninterrupted line. The horizon is the line that separates the earth from the sky. There are two main types of horizons, earth-sky horizons and celestial horizons. Both earth, sky, and celestial horizons have different subtypes of horizons. The local horizon is going to get pretty convoluted because some of these, the way these things are
Just carry
defined
on.
are like,
Carry on. Don't worry about
but
how convoluted
yeah.
it is. Just carry on.
Yeah, the local horizon, geographic horizon, and sea level horizon are all Earth sky horizons. The astronomical horizon and true horizon are celestial horizons. Earth sky horizons, the local horizon, also called the geometrical horizon, is the visible boundary between the earth and sky. The local horizon may include trees, buildings, and mountains. The geographic horizon is the apparent boundary between the earth and sky. Mountains, trees, and other elevated features are not considered part of the geographic horizon. So
all of those horizons are the same.
Yeah, the horizon is surface level.
Hold on. Just to summarize, because QE's done this many times in the past. Thank you very much, by the way, Eli. But they're all the same. You listen to that description carefully enough, they are all the same thing with the exception of the local horizon, which, if, by caveat, it's made up by topographical features, it then gets qualified in summary at the beginning as being something else as well, which was to say that it does not include features or obstructions. Now, this is Adam's point. He's saying, no, we're in a valley. And John's point, he's saying, if we're in a valley, you're going to have things that are in the valley that obscure your view of the celestial horizon, let's just call it. But summarized by Adam as the point of dissolution. Now, if that's unobstructed by a mountain, a tree, a fence, it doesn't matter at what distance, foreground, midground, distance, it doesn't matter. If it's obscuring what could only be described as the point of dissolution, by Adam's description, it is not a horizon. Now, although you've got a slightly lengthier description of lots of horizons that are all basically the same thing, followed by a clear description that anything obstructing that natural point in the distance that we know is a horizon, or the optical dissolution point as described by Adam, isn't a horizon. So, ergo, at this point, Sleeping Warrior is wrong. That's not a horizon in that image, Anthony.
We need to tie it back to the meaning of the word. We need to tie it back to the meaning of the word horizontal. We need to all horizontals are parallel. Bev does get this right. All horizontals are parallel.
So you're self-defeating. Stop. In your picture of Skunk Bay, it's not a straight line. It's obviously topography, isn't it?
Yeah.
It isn't straight.
Well, there's
nothing's going to be.
and
Anthony, you've just defeated your own argument in respect to nothing could ever be described as that with the line drawn in Skunk Bay, because it isn't a straight line, is it?
If you're on about the fluctuations between the line, no, it's not straight. If you're on about the mountains in the background, that's not the horizon.
Okay, good. Okay, because this now raises a different question, which I went through before you got here, I believe. Which is to say, actually, I might do it with the image. Please, can you do me a favour, Anthony? Can you go and get the image of the Isle of Man? Have you got that to hand?
No.
Okay, we'll do it with this. It's fine. Right. Can you see where the point of potential optical dissolution is with the, in this instance, is the land and sea. There is a straight line in this image. This is the same line I waved my mouse over and went to Rumpus. What's this? This line between the land and sea that is appearing to be described by Adam as an optical point of dissolution. In other words, we can no longer resolve the difference between the sea level and any point above our height in the photographer's perspective that is above that position, obscuring it in the distance. Therefore, the line along the top you clarified, thank you very much, as being the horizon, this line that isn't going to be parallel with anything, it's not a straight line, yeah, isn't the horizon. Therefore, the technically isn't a horizon in this image. But what did we fight about at the Isle of Man? Because by comparison, the line I'm drawing my line on is the top of the mountains in the Isle of Man. That isn't what we argued about, though. We argued about this line, didn't we, Anthony?
Yeah, but let me bring it back, because this is the bit where there's a contention with John. There is a horizon in the image. Now, by definition, the horizon is the apparent position where the sky appears to meet the ground. Not the mountains, but the ground. And we have a line. It is a bit wavy because that's real-world refraction, but that line is the horizon. However, we need to also consider the second part of the definition for what is the horizon or the horizon. Look, horizontal, right? This is where when Tenth says, well, you can't really get a plumb or vertical on a boat because the boat's rolling round. The same applies to horizontal as well, because it's not easy to get a horizontal when the boat's rolling around in the ocean, in the waves, right? So the criticism for why it can't be vertical is the same for why it shouldn't be horizontal either. However, the point is this: all the parallels, all the horizontal lines are all parallel to the plane of the horizon. However, if you're looking at the horizon, because weather affects how far you see, if you're not looking to the absolute perfect conditions to get to the point of convergence that is the point where the horizon rises to eye level, as it were, you're not able to get a true horizontal because you're only basing it as far as what you can see. On some days...
Objection.
No. He's agreeing with you at this point, Tenth. He's saying, like...
No. He said something.
You couldn't acquire...
something about horizontal...
He's saying in this image, you couldn't acquire a horizontal from it because you haven't got a horizon to do it with.
I'm not talking about this image. I'm talking about what he said about you can't acquire a horizontal at sea.
Well, yeah, but let me finish and then you can address. Let me finish. The problem is, if you're going to aim your mirror at the horizon, I was trying to get to this before everyone jumped on me, right? You're going to aim it to what you believe is the horizontal because you're applying the definition, right? And that's fine. But if it's not 90 degrees from vertical, it isn't horizontal, regardless of whether it might be the horizon or not. Now, the horizon does vary. I can't always see the Isle of Man. Sometimes I can see it, sometimes I can't. Why? Because I can't see far enough on the day. On the days where I can't see it, my horizon is significantly lower in angle. If you're going to aim your mirror to the horizon the way you see it that day, and you're not seeing that far, it's lower than what it should be. Therefore,
Incorrect.
it isn't horizontal.
Incorrect.
Yeah.
Incorrect, Anthony.
Baseless assertion. He hasn't done any measurements. He's just claiming this.
Yeah,
There is just baseless
Let me just
assertion.
explain. Anthony.
Just get tense to
Anthony,
repeat
just-
what
hold
to do
on.
on a foggy day.
Okay, we'll get an order because we've also got, I think Eli wants to get something in and Jorge again. So me,
Yeah,
then
yeah.
Adam, then Jorge, then Eli, or Eli, then Jorge, whichever. Right, Anthony. But for the fact that the Isle of Man is obscuring what could be defined as a horizon, the point where the sky met the sea, right, on a clear day, that point is obscured by the Isle of Man. That is not to say that on a foggy day, if you pointed your sextant at that horizon where you cannot see the Isle of Man, you could still apply dip correction and acquire your measurements for doing celestial navigation, aka an elevation angle to whatever it was you were pointing at that presumably wasn't blocked by fog.
Yeah, but the argument is, not only is there a horizon in the image, which there clearly is, but if you take the view that there's not, then how do you get your horizontal, right? And if you're going to point it at the horizon, regardless of visibility on the day, if it's not 90 degrees from vertical, then it isn't horizontal. But you need the horizontal baseline for you to get an accurate measurement to your angle. So even if you
dip correction.
So can tense now take my time and just reiterate the point of what to do, what the expert says to do on a foggy day, what to worry about, what not to worry about, and where your horizon will render for your level.
The expert I talked to said, when I asked him, what if it's a foggy day and you can't see clearly for miles and miles? He says, well, you just aim where the fog is meeting the sea surface and treat it the same.
Okay.
And I said,
So
okay. Hang on. You're missing the major point. And you're just brushing by it.
I'm not.
The horizontal. The only thing steady at sea is the horizon.
It isn't steady though, is it?
Anthony,
It isn't
please,
steady.
can you
Let
go
me
on mute?
finish.
He's got about
Let me
5 words out.
finish.
Anthony, please can you go on mute just while he gets his point back across to you? You've made your point. Everyone's listened.
Yeah, you can get into the minutia and tell me it's not steady. That's why the boat is rocking. Yeah, I get it. I own the boat. I know what that is. That's not the point. The point is the principle of the sextant is a right angle and a 90. And when you use the only thing steady at the time, which is the horizon, as steady as it is or as steady as it isn't, it doesn't matter. Once you know the height of eye correction that you took on shore at the port that you were docked in, from the very spot on your ship that you're doing it, you treat it as a right angle with a horizontal baseline that is straight. That's the principle of subtracting from 90. What you're talking about, I'd have to subtract from 95 or 87. That's not how it works.
Not true.
No, I'm trying to tell you that whether if you stand at the seashore and one guy has a bubble sextant where the eye line is fictitious, horizontal with the spirit level, and the other guy has a mariner sextant shooting at the horizon, both will get the same. Both will get the same. And one is using his zenith.
Not wrong.
One is using his.
Hold on. He keeps interrupting you by saying, no, it's wrong. No, it's a principle used in celestial navigation, Anthony. So when you say you're wrong, you're arguing with the principle of celestial navigation, not with 10th, just to make that clear. He's just explaining to you a principle of navigation. You're saying wrong.
No,
you're like a baller.
Right. First
your
off,
argument isn't with 10th.
I'm not finished yet. So the point is that when you're using the bubble sextant or plumb bob, you're able to achieve your zenith, and you just need the co-altitude. You don't even worry about elevation angle at this point. But when you can't do that, it's a 2-step process. They both have to be subtracted from 90. So it's a right angle in both cases. So the two-step process says, okay, I can't keep this plumb bob from swinging, so I need to use the horizon. The only thing steady right now at C. I'll use that. I'll get the elevation angle. I'll say it's 50 degrees for my example. I'll subtract that, which you don't have to do the other one. There's no subtraction from the other one because you get the answer 40 immediately because you're using your plumb bob, the co-altitude. So I take my sextant altitude of the sun over the horizon, and it's 50 degrees. I subtract from 90, leaves me my 40. It automatically gives me my zenith. It gives me my 90. That's how I get my vertical at sea. I have to use the horizon and subtract to get my vertical because I can't get my vertical at sea. I could do it if I'm on land with a plumb bob, though. Then I don't have to do the elevation angle or dip correction. It's that simple.
Do you agree, yes or no, 10th, that the horizon wanders, even though you can point at it? Right. So if it's wandering, every time it wanders up or down relative to how far you can see at the time, that angle is increasing and reducing from 90.
Objection.
Do you agree?
No, because you treat it as a flat surface when you do height to eye. You're at sea level as if your eyeballs were on the water, and that's treated as 0 or 180.
Right. But that didn't answer the question I asked. That didn't answer the question.
It doesn't
I asked.
matter if it's wavy.
Anthony claimed that the horizon rises up and down, and then he points to a picture and arbitrarily assigns the horizon to a point that's rising up and down. I want to see the horizon that we use to navigate with on the sea rising up and down.
No, it's the waves that you're on that will go up and down.
Skunk Bay shows it.
Skunk Bay is a time lapse. You don't do time lapse sextants.
No,
it doesn't. No. Stop. We've gone round in a full circle. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. We've gone round in a full circle. Right. When Eli defined what the horizon was, right, it was explicitly defining it, excluding the tree line, excluding the mountain, the stuff that's higher or lower than the sea level, basically, that could obscure your optical dissolution point as described by Adam. Now, if you're now going to say, well, no, because the line that you can see in the mountains or whatever they are in the line you drew along, I don't care what it is, if that's moving up and down, that isn't the horizon. That's the topology of the ground and the conditions moving that, not the horizon.
I do also, this is why I wanted to ask if I can make a very, 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 very pedantic point.
Feel free.
Because it might be important, it might not. Anthony said in his initial response back that it's a little wavy, but right? Now, I didn't read after where I stopped, after it explained unobstructed horizon. It says the sea level horizon is geographic horizon at sea level. One of the best places to see the sea level horizon is at the beach. The ocean and the sky provide a clean, flat line where the earth seems to meet the sky.
Yeah. But we seem to be missing the point, though. The argument is not about whether or not we can see or detect or measure from the horizon. The issue is it horizontal or not?
Yes, it is. That's that is exactly the discussion, because that's what you're establishing. You're establishing a horizontal baseline.
Right. But if it's not 90 degrees from vertical, it's not horizontal.
Okay.
So
yes, that's correct. And then this principle would not work.
Right.
Right, but it does.
When I point out...
But it does.
So when
Anthony, but it does. And they do use the horizon. That's a fact.
Right. But if the horizon is wandering, which it is, then you haven't got...
No, you haven't shown that. No, you've shown that in Skunk Bay with the obstruction, not a clean horizon moving. Can you show that? A clean horizon moving.
Yeah, because you can't always see indefinitely. There are days when it's murky, not necessarily foggy, but days where you just can't see as far. And
We
well,
covered
on those
covered that
days,
as well. We're going round in circles.
No, can I just address
no,
this?
you're ignoring the point, though.
Let's
You're
not do this.
ignoring the point.
You and I are going to
Adam's
stop,
on to it.
Anthony,
Adam
and
got it.
Adam is going to get the mic. You and I are going to both go on mute.
In me.
So I think what the issue here is what do we think's happening if we've got a moving clean horizon? Why can we go out on a boat on a foggy day and still attain a level? When we're looking out at the horizon, we're not looking at a point to line up to that's going to create the angle. The way in which the horizon renders is within the eye. Okay, so irrespective, as long as we're stood up straight and looking out, okay, irrespective of what we're looking at, as long as there's nothing obstructing it, then even the limitations of the distance that we're able to see into does not affect how within the optics of the eye the horizon is going to render. All that's required is an uninterrupted view of land and sea to allow perspective to play out, to draw that straight line. So fundamentally, the place where the horizon occurs is in the eye. If it's able to look out uninterrupted over a flat plane. And that last point is crucial because it does not render the same, if you've got a curve, because we're not dealing with topography. We're dealing with optical dissolution is what forms a horizon. Done.
Right,
So
and because
we-
there's 2 points, right? Number one, that is their defendable claim when it comes to a non-horizon that is the point of optical dissolution due to angular limitations at the height the world presents itself with things like the Isle of Man. Therefore, the line that they draw out and claim is a hill getting in the way is actually the optical dissolution point because of a limited angle between the ground, in this case the Isle of Man, and the sea below it. So you can prove demonstrably that there's a limitation of angle that causes the optical dissolution point, not the horizon, because that isn't the horizon, is it? There's no beach there. There's no point that you can't see beyond. It's not clean. There's stuff above it, land above it. So what is that line? Well, how else can you describe it? Well, they've only got one thing in their list for the globe believers. It's caused by the Earth curve obstruction hill getting in the way. Well, we've debunked that. So do we need to, number one, this is my next point, qualify what it actually is in that regard to the Isle of Man? No, because we didn't make any claims about it being a hill getting in the way. So once we've debunked it, that's behind us. Now, do we have to make any claims in regards to this? Yeah, we damn well do. We better start qualifying what the horizon is and arguing about it, because we've got a positive assertion about it now, haven't we? This proves Earth's flat. Yeah, that comes with a certain amount of responsibility. And this is where Anthony comes in to poke the bear. Because we're the ones with a positive claim now. We've got to defend it. And we've got to be damn clear about what we're claiming. Now, if we're talking about the horizon and how it's utilised, right, we can look to the celestial navigation method. Because ipso facto, this part of the horizon and how it's used to establish the horizontal baseline that's going to be navigated, it's surplus to our flat Earth proof. Yeah, why? Because you can use spirit level. But what are you going to be doing with it? Well, drawing a straight, flat baseline between you and the GP of the star, making the entirety of the world flat. So in other words, it doesn't matter whether or not we use the horizon for this argument, because the principle involved with celestial navigation has that flat baseline between you and the GP. Makes no difference if you use the horizon or not. However, it's part of our claim and absolutely warrants us debating and discussing the whys and wherefores of what the horizon now is, how it's defined, and what we are going to be using it for in our flat Earth proof and positive claim. Therefore, we have got a responsibility here to do this. You know, it is on us to do
But
this.
we're going in circles.
I know we
We're going
are.
in circles because
I know we are.
Okay, but there's something that's being missed here that's so apparent. It's so, I'm not going to say apparent. That's right in front of Anthony's eyes. Look, Anthony, if you're on an airplane with a bubble sextant, you have to keep that spirit level steady. And it takes 60, in 2 minutes process, it takes 60 different sightings. And then they average out the 60 to get as close as possible because the airplane's still moving in the longitudinal plane. So it could be going up and down. So there could be some error there. If you're on land and you're using a bubble sextant, you're not moving. So it'd be more precise because you've got a steady horizontal with the spirit level. Okay. If you're at sea, you don't have the luxury. The only thing steady you got is the horizon, no matter how you want to define steady. Then what you do is apply the principle of celestial navigation and say, okay, I'm 10 feet above the surface of the water. I got to minus that. So as if my eyeballs were on the water surface. Now I've got to assume my 90. They assume it. They already know it has to be 0 from GP to GP. Observer's GP, zenith of the observer, and the zenith of the star. That has to be 0. So that's how they establish their vertical by that adjacent.
Stop.
Okay?
Stop. That's how we prove the Earth is flat. That principle. Doesn't matter if you're using a horizon. It doesn't matter if you're dropping a plumb line. Why are you doing it? To establish that line between you and the GP of the star to your left, be it 100 miles away, the star to your right, be it 200 miles away, and the star behind you, be it 80 miles away. And every square inch of that surface, when drawn on the map and navigated and calculated, is ipso facto flat to do any of this. So it doesn't matter what you establish your horizontal with.
Correct. Now, what happens once you establish your horizontal is you get your 90. So because on the boat you can't hang a plumb bob to get your 90, there's another way of getting it. Establish your horizontal. And that's where it comes from. And so when you're told in celestial navigation to make the height of eye correction so that your eyeballs are on sea surface, that's a tell that from where you are to the star's position is 100% 0 degrees flat straight. And that's how you get your zenith. Because you can't get your zenith at sea because it's moving.
You can't get your horizontal at sea either because you haven't got.
Oh my gosh, I'm done with this guy.
You haven't got a fixed, reliable point that you can point to and say.
That's why they're half a mile. That's why they're half a mile to 5 miles off.
Hold on a second.
It's not as precise.
Hold on a second. He's making the claim that the horizon is changing angles. And he cites that the distance that you can see is changing. Is that proof that the angle has changed?
Is it rhetorical or is it aimed somewhere? Are you aiming that at me?
Yeah.
For you, yes. You think that's proof that the angle to the horizon has changed. Now go and demonstrate it with the actual horizon.
The angle could never change because it's 90 degrees you subtract it from. It's already, you're in the right angle world there. You got to do it. It gives you your zenith, Anthony. I mean, do you realize that celestial navigation is not precise in the sense of factors that you're talking about? You're going to be sometimes 5 miles off or 10 miles off or half a mile off if everything works out right. That's how precise it can be. You're somewhere in that world.
But he's talking about a change of, 1 degree over 5,000 miles will be massive. Hell, 1 degree over 100 miles will be massive. Be more than miles.
Yeah.
So
we seem to be.
But we
missing.
navigate using the horizon. Anthony,
The sea
you
is
not see
treated
the problem.
The sea is
Guys.
treated as the adjacent of a right angle because of the horizon.
Right.
Guys, check this out.
We're missing the application.
The one.
Hold on.
Okay, so
Hold
you're
on,
telling
guys
me
in G+.
celestial navigation
Guys in
doesn't
G+,
work because you don't
guys in G+,
understand it.
Guys in G+. Go ahead, Roto. Yeah, GT Pennyworth. Feel free.
Thank you. Okay. There's one factor, whether you're on land or sea. It's about the water. It's about what's known from water. Water is what we establish horizontal with. Flat water, because we know it lies flat.
Okay, but we're not in this instance. I've got to stop you, Roto. I'm really sorry. That's not what we're doing. Number one, the argument is about rough seas. Number two, if you were on flat sea, you wouldn't be getting, you wouldn't be dipping your water in and getting a cup because you've got to reference it to something. And then in this instance, it's the horizon, not the level of the water, which is often not completely level or at rest. So no, in this instance, no. Sorry.
However, However, what is known is when it's at rest, it's what we orient horizontal with. The only way we get horizontal is liquid. It tells us the way the plane lies. We're flat. Water lies flat. It always will. When we're on sea, we know if that sea were still, it would be flat.
Hey,
we
Yeah,
look at
that was
in that
Tim's
case, I'll just
point
try and
earlier
repeat that
when
to
he
him.
brought up.
It just doesn't take
but
in what I'm
hold
saying.
on. When we look at-
Roto. I got you. First time and second time. Yeah, but you just ignored my response the first time. Water at rest. We're not dealing with water at rest, though, are we?
Correct. No, but we do know
No, we're
when
not.
it is at rest.
We're not. We're not dealing with that at this point. So your point's
I know.
valid. Thank you. But twice, we're not dealing with water at rest.
I know, but
Right.
we know
If we
when
had
it is.
water at rest,
He thinks
they just use a
We know-
bubble sextant on the boat.
Right.
Right, but they
So I'm
don't.
saying,
Or a bucket with water.
Right,
well,
but they
what we're
don't.
talking about.
But they don't.
no.
I know, but what we're trying to establish, or what the runaround here is, sky meeting the ground and what it means, the horizon. Well, it doesn't matter where the sky meets the ground. What matters is that water is known to lie flat.
Right,
So when
your
we're at
third attempt to make this the point. It does matter, because that is precisely what we're doing when we point a bloody sextant at it. The horizon, that is. We don't lay it
Correct.
on the water that isn't at rest and establish our horizontal with that. So, third attempt
know.
to make this the point. What we are talking about, most specifically and assuredly, is the horizon. So when you say what we are talking about doesn't matter when we come to the... Yeah, it does. That's what we are talking about. It just isn't about water at rest being flat at the moment. Okay?
Well, I understand, and I totally agree. But what I'm trying to point further to is that the horizon line on sea is known to be horizontal. If it were at rest, it would behave, water will behave as it does 100% of the time. So the reason that we're looking at the horizon, we're not trying to optically understand something. We're trying to get a measurement, a horizontal. And we do this with the water because we know it lies flat and when it's at rest. The measurement is to establish a horizontal. So it doesn't matter about the topography. Water, because we can have a horizon on land, okay, with topography and all. But at sea, it's about the water. And when we look at that horizon line, what we know is that water at any point 360 is going to be level with the water under our feet. If the water were lying flat, it doesn't on sea. So we're trying to establish a horizontal measurement because we're trying to get vertical, horizontal, and angles within that. So we know that the water will, so the only reason the horizon matters, and then we're trying to calculate a measurement. So it's not about an optical anything, you know, or the definition of what a horizon line is, you know. We know water is the orienter of all horizontals. All. Whether you're on land, you don't have to look at the horizon if you're on land and building. You mimic the behavior of water with the bubble set, with the spirit level. They just mimic.
Okay, thank you.
You know.
So thank you for your 5 attempts to make this into an argument about the spirit level or water level, which it's not. That was 5 attempts.
Horizontal.
5 attempts.
Horizontal. That's what I'm going for.
Yeah, we got
What
that.
is-
We got that.
Okay.
But it is devoid of the discussion we're currently having. Literally on screen now, I've got a picture of an elevation angle measurement to the sun and the flat baseline that must be required to have the sun at 90 degrees with its GP position on this diagram. Right? All of that involves you at this position establishing this flat aspect, this plane that you're going to be measuring with a flat baseline between you and the star. Well, if you haven't got flat water to use, what are you going to do? Well, that's what we're arguing about currently. Okay?
Well, I'm saying the same thing.
Please don't make it a 6th attempt, because you're not saying the same thing. Please. 6 attempts, please. Your point. Okay, water's flat at rest. Okay, thank you.
You looking at the horizon line?
That's our conversation. Yes, which you're simultaneously telling us isn't what it's about.
I'm sorry, I didn't really get the point. Maybe he could repeat it one more time.
Arwin, don't piss me off. Thank you, though, Roto. We get it. Thank you. Your point's valid. I'm not demeaning it in any way. Anthony, do you appreciate that the principle being employed, regardless of the accuracy that you might fail to attain on a rough sea, is that the baseline's flat between you and the GP of the thing you're measuring?
Yeah, we're using Euclidean geometry to establish measured angles.
Oh, thank God. Yes, correct. So, in spite of the accuracy that you say we may fail to obtain using the horizon, well, debatably true. Who cares? You're only doing it to establish horizontal, and you'd ideally have completely rough, calm seas to do it in. That would be the ideal. Now, if you're saying, well, I'm going to do it in the middle of a bloody hurricane at the top of a 30-foot wave, well, it's not very accurate. Okay, yeah, that's true.
Let's not forget what their position is, though. Their position is the line of sight to the target, be it star, sun, planet, moon. The line of sight on their model is a curved line, subject to 7/6R. Their baseline is also a great circle root curved line. And I don't think they've got any... What else is the other one that they will use?
Their position goes directly against celestial navigation and how it's done. Why are you paying attention to their position when it goes against the fundamental of celestial navigation? Why are you even listening to these wolves?
To negate their argument.
No.
They're negating themselves
both you stop.
going
No.
against the
Stop.
method.
There's a misunderstanding. No. Anthony, this isn't their argument. This is our argument. We are making the positive claim here. Take ownership. This is your argument because it's ours. Right? They don't have a positive claim to make in this regard. When they make one, they make it with a flat earth, mate. Just go ask Toon. MC Toon, you listening, mate? When you made your challenge, you required these flat earth principles of the GP being at 90 degrees to your position you measure it from with an angle. That is a principle that must stand for an elevation angle measurement to be made. And he employed it with his challenge. Ergo, he utilised a flat plane because that's the principle that must be used. That's how it's done. So it's our claim. They haven't got a pot to piss in when it comes to celestial navigation, Anthony. They don't have any claims. I assure you.
Yeah, that mark and refraction, it ruined it any chance because, see, celestial navigation is done from the Earth. They were claiming an angle to a geometric position to get an angle from that surface. But they killed that when they said that the line to the horizon is bent, or you don't have an extrinsically straight line to know the shape of the Earth is spherical.
Plus, as well, guys, there's not one instance or point where the marine sextant accounts for any Earth curvature, nor there is the formula.
Yeah, but we're talking about elevation angles, isn't it?
Yes.
And for you to do an elevation angle, you need to establish first a horizontal plane.
Correct.
How you're going to do it, it doesn't matter. You can use a bucket with water, you can use a horizontal plane, you can use many things, but the first step is to establish the horizontal plane.
Correct. So
if you can't see the horizon, you establish a horizontal plane differently. Without it, you're not going to have the elevation angle.
Exactly.
If you think about it, like all of this rhetoric and all of this conversation is clouding the fact that you're using a tool that has to be angled perfectly so that it is parallel with the horizontal orientation of the Earth. That's the point. Like you have your little man on the huge Earth, and it's oriented in a way, and your little device has to be perfectly parallel from that or to that, so that you can then get an angle off that. That's all we're doing.
Parallel to the plane of the horizon. Is that right?
I mean, the
Well, you
truth
know, in all
behind
Hold on.
fairness
What was
to
that?
Anthony,
I didn't catch that. One more time.
I said parallel to the plane of the horizon. Is that
Correct.
correct?
Yes, that's correct.
in all fairness to Anthony, though, 10th went over this stuff for like almost 2 years in the pre-shows and stuff like that. So he might, you know, like we had these arguments when 10th was going through these, and we were all playing devil's advocate. So I understand where Anthony's coming from, but
After Adam's done, I'd like to have you go to Master D for 10 last slides for me for today.
All right. Okay. Adam, can you keep this up on screen for the now?
Yeah. Yeah.
And let's just transition to. Do you want me to start with the triangle on a ball?
Yep.
Okay.
So what we got here is a screenshot from a navigation channel, very thorough navigation channel, by the way. This is what has to happen. And you can see how someone could look at this and say, did you guys do that as a meme against them? No, this is them showing a right angle. And it just tells the whole story right here. Now, the second slide is going to show from a Navy site how the angles are done from the sea surface. As you can see, 2 stars are being used here. And the sea surface is treated as horizontal, 0 baseline. And it shows the sextant, which is an angle measuring device. That's all it does. It measures angle between 2 straight lines. But once you get that angle, you have to subtract from 90. So the right angle comes into play. The next slide is from Periscope Films, a screenshot of showing how on land they're describing what those 2 previous pictures were trying to tell you. That pole is, say, the sun, and it's zenith over the earth somewhere, and you are somewhere on this circle of equal altitude taking the angle. Does that look like a 90 over there? Yeah. But if you take a straight line from where the Navy sailor is straight up, that would be his 90. And that would be done with a plumb bob. And you would just need the co-altitude. You wouldn't need the elevation angle as previously discussed. The next slide is some screen images showing how at sea the Navy does it. So here it is. There's the boat to the right, and there's the sun or stars GP, in this case the stars GP because it's nighttime. And then you've got your right angle triangle. Now, because it's at sea, he's not using a plumb bob to get his vertical whatsoever. Next slide. So he's somewhere on this circle of equal altitude. He could be on that side or this side of the GP of that star. He just doesn't know where he is on the circle of equal altitude yet because he's only done one siding. Remember, it's a 90. It has to be flat. The next slide shows a top view down, as if you're the star looking down at your own GP. And you could see how they've got that one circle equal altitude, and all the boats have the same angle to it because they're all on the same circle. All of them have a right angle triangle, a 90. The next slide shows 3 stars and how they would all cross over each other with 3 circles of equal altitudes. And notice the box on the 2 that you can see representing a 90. I hope this is sinking in, that we are showing you how celestial navigation works on this Earth. It requires a flat baseline, not the first picture where you use a right angle triangle and have it as a teeter-totter. It negates it. The next slide shows 1 circle of equal altitude in an illustration, much like the Navy and the screenshots prior. The next slide is a close-up of an image. In fact, Nathan, go to the last slide, and then we'll come back to the blow-up version. So this image shows a flat plane with longitude lines and latitude lines and a grid sitting on top of that dingleberry surplus Earth that's a globe that's not necessary, you might as well go back to the first picture and show that boat with the right angle triangle here, because it's the same thing. Now go back to the previous slide where I blew it up. You'll see there's a guy upside down looking at his own zenith. This is how it's done. They just take all the measurements that cannot work on the curved baseline and say we're getting it from the equatorial plane. Well, if you're getting it from the plane and the books have you at the center of the Earth on the disk, then you're never getting it from a surface that curves, nor can you with the sextant. A curved surface negates the use of a sextant, and yet sextants work, which means ipso facto, we live on a flat plane. I'm done.
Adam, still there?
Yes, mate.
I want to do this. Let's just make it a bit bigger.
Yes. Yeah. So this is mine, Thames of Mitchell's little poem we put together by hijacking a bit of Shakespeare, just through what we'd learned, really. So yeah, to dip or not to dip, that is the correction. Whether it is nobler for the sextant to suffer the limitations of artificial horizons, or to take the eye against the sea of troubles, and by opposing end them, to define a level.
Perfect. So, with that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to all of you. Smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, hit the thanks button, and all that good stuff. Another massive thank you to today's Discord and G+ panel. Once again, stay tuned if you're watching it on a premiering stream. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
That supports celestial navigation the way we've just shown it. The anti-flat earthers, as well as some ballers, have gone and applied pressure on certain websites and YouTube channels to change the story that we got from them. This can be clearly proven that they are disturbed that we're correctly defining the method of celestial navigation.
Who? What?
Then they come in.
Sorry, I just got the middle of this. Who's what now?
Well, let me start again. Since we started showing the method of celestial navigation, not my method, not your method, but the method itself, and use countless resources where it's contradiction after contradiction to the possibility of it working from a curved baseline. But yet at the same time, realizing that in the system we live in, they've got to say that they're doing it on the globe. And when you read into it, you say, well, how could it work on the globe if it's an angle measurement and you got to subtract from 90? Well, nautical almanacs are really designed measurements from the center of the Earth. Yeah, but I'm not at the center of the Earth when I'm doing that. I'm at the surface. So this little caveat that they don't realize is that they're using a flat plane to navigate celestial navigation by. But they're not, they think it's being done from the surface. So they convolute it, complicate it by these nitpicky things. And then they get people saying, well, you can't get an angle if the horizon is moving and you're on the boat. Your angle won't be perfect. Well, no one said it was going to be perfect. You could be 5 miles off, a half a mile off, or 20 miles off. The whole point is you got something. All right. But you got to treat it as a baseline that's 0 degrees or 180, a straight line. Now, if you go to Master D, I've posted something that has been happening more than once, where they contact YouTube channels, complain, or someone who wrote an article, which I'll bring up the next time, and complain, and the guy has to write another article to say, well, I really meant, after he said you need a right angle and 90, proving a flat plane, what I really meant was it works on the globe because these people harassed me. Do you see the...
Is that what I'm presenting? I've got description and then picture of a
Math
sunset.
celestial navigation. Go to the top one. Just shows the sun setting.
Is that what this is? 8:29. No, this is not.
No, it's right after the last picture I showed you with that black and white. It's just backwards.
Math celestial navigation is the first slide.
Yeah. So this is tablet class. This is a YouTube channel. I showed this, then a QE actually did a show on this as well. He found the same video and did it on his own. And he did a good job at it. So this is a screenshot. Go to the next one. So on this tablet class video, he shows what? A right angle triangle. And he shows the zenith of the star. And he shows a little sextant drawing. He puts the time. He does everything, you know, for the longitude and all that. Go to the next slide. Then he draws what he can of a circle of equal altitude and states the very thing I showed with the Navy slide, which is like anywhere on the circle, you're going to have the same 900 miles to the GP of that star. Everyone see that?
I've got it presented, yes.
Okay, go to the next slide, the description. Tabletclass.com. Math. This video explains the basics of how math is used in celestial navigation. When people first started to navigate by stars, a massive explosion in trade and culture developed. So obviously it worked. Celestial navigation requires the use of a sextant, clock, and nautical table. But most importantly, it requires mathematics. Special note, bold print, capital letters. The Earth is round, oval. So my use of right triangles is a simple math model to explain the basic concepts of navigating by the stars. However, the actual math needed to perform celestial navigation involves trigonometry on a sphere, which is very advanced math, as you should watch the video knowing that the right angle trigonometry is not actually used in navigation because the Earth is a sphere. After he drew it and said that's how he's done, now he negates his own argument. And you go to the last one, I pulled the transcript of where he defines who he is. My former life, I was a Navy officer as a surface warfare officer, and one of my tours, I used to navigate a $1 billion warship. That was my responsibility. You know what? I'm pissed off. I'm pissed off because I got more than one of these. They can't handle the truth, so they contact this guy, and the guy who shows a right angle triangle does everything the way it says you can't use it.
That's insane.
What a wimp.
But that's
What a
kind
wimp.
of that's kind of like, you know, what's happening a lot of the time. We're like, no, this is how they navigate, and they're like, yeah, but what about this argument? Like, well, what about reality and how this method is used? Yeah, well, technically, what about my argument? Like, you just want to fucking argue. It has nothing to do with how any of this stuff works. I mean,
Right.
and then they'll claim that we don't know how it actually works, but all they do is argue.
Right. It's just like people that aren't really informed and you try to inform them and they're like, yeah, but I saw it differently on the news. Even though it technically doesn't
Yeah, but
even
the thing
address
is, though, they make positive claims all the time that require a flat plane, like angles to the sun. You move 60 miles and the angle to Polaris changes 1 degree. They use it all the time, and then they want to make apologetics for using it. And that's what it is.
We have been consistent in only using official sources. And all the official sources agree with right angle triangle, from Harold Jacobi to the Navy to all of the YouTube channels, to all of the websites that go through detail by detail how Sextant's angle measuring device, and you take an elevation angle and you subtract it from 90. 90 already denotes perpendicular, horizontal, and vertical. They've already told us how it works. Then, because it can't ever work on the surface of the globe, look what they go do. They go make this guy put the special disclaimer after the guy in the video says what we factually documented is how it works, and he agreed with it until he got bothered by some anti-flat earthers to where he's got to now say, wait a minute, it does work this way, but I'm not trying to say we don't live on the ball, so I'll put this note to make them happy. There's few people complain and you change the whole method. Well, guess what? It doesn't change because you're getting that 90 from the center of the earth. And I've shown you many pictures of that where it's a cutout and the whole equatorial plane is treated as the surface your Navy ship is on.
I mean,
so
it
is a 90
that's just them
just from the
sharing their
center.
pain, man. Sorry, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, people need to see how far these people will go to cloud how celestial navigation works.
Yeah. Keep going to the professionals who do this every day and tell them to change their rhetoric. That's good for your argument, Globers.
I've got all the
keep doing that.
videos.
Keep it up. It's great. We like it.
Sorry, Chocolate. Yeah, I've got all the videos downloaded. I've got all the websites copied. Let them change it. It'll be embarrassing when they change. I'll bring the old one up. I'll go the time and date machine, whatever that thing is called, if it's still working. Say, why'd you say it this way then? Until you got bothered.
At the end of the day, they could
They
just
can't
go
handle it.
against their.
It's okay.
What did the guy say before? Oh, at
That's
the end of
okay.
his video, you've got to go against your intuition. Yeah.
Imagine
You've
that
gotta go
guy
against the
writing that
intuition.
out. What? Oh, right. Yeah. I've got to defend the faith of the globe. Yeah. But everything I said's wrong because globe. Full stop. You happy? Did I cook enough for you? That must have
Exactly.
felt good, eh? Writing that disclaimer. Yeah, more power to you, mate. Good for you. You showed real grit.
What did Rumpus say?
At the beginning of the before we got into the live show, I was telling you about how the guys talking about the ghosts have to just lie. Let's just lie. This guy had to sell himself out. Every word I said, yeah, not true, because globe. Does that gonna help him sleep at night? Do you think he'll feel good writing out that shit? Nah, I don't have those problems, right? I've got a lot of wonderment, a lot of other positive things, but not bullshit for my globe faith. That ain't one of them. Not something I have to deal with at night. He does. And I bet he felt really powerless when he wrote it. Oh yeah, I've got to cook to the globe, haven't I? So I'll just basically defy every piece of knowledge I've laid down in this video with a disclaimer because globe. Yeah, good for you, mate. I bet that felt great.
Just saying there, Nathan, as well. There's plenty. Tem's got them all. I've seen loads of them. I've even spoke to Tem. Them videos where they're showing that globe and the rays coming in and the centre of the Earth. Maybe go through one of them one day and pull that apart and just show how it can't be done, how they're explaining it. Because some of these guys who are explaining it are ex-military guys and supposed to be navigating professionals. Let's rip them apart on a live show.
Yeah. When are we calling up Merriam-Webster?
I've tried to call them up and tried to get them to address their inaccuracy or the inconsistency with the definition of the word level. And their justification is simple. There are many interpretations for words. This is just one. In other words, they're not changing it.
When are we going to call up National Geographic and let them know, apes, you guys know you got a horizon behind that flag, which you're saying is being obstructed by Earth curves. Might want to do something about that. Freaking cornballs.
You know, I didn't even join today to even talk about this topic. I didn't want to talk about this topic. I let it go. I actually wanted to talk about being accused of being a Flat Earth Society member. Did you guys watch Bev's response to John's video?
Nah.
Somebody said,
I did watch
no.
Jaren's debate. How do you feel he did on that debate? I thought he did pretty well.
Jaren doesn't do well on debate. That's ridiculous. That's like, anyway, Bev basically didn't really respond to anything that John said, because he basically said, John's too aggressive. I'm not going to respond to it. He never said that, but that's basically what he basically didn't respond because of it. Now, what he did say was that I'm Flat Earth Society. And I think he's saying it to make the comparison that just because you say it doesn't make it true. But he seems to believe it. He seems to say that I'm Flat Earth Society. And I'm just wondering, people on the panel, what behavior traits would you need to display to be considered to be a Flat Earth Society member? Because there's got to be something, right?
An
I
official
think
membership.
that list, right? Well, I think the membership thing, but the list of traits, I think are pretty commensurate with your J-trig analysis if you're looking for traits.
Ah, great! I'm glad you said that. So, what traits would you say that would be commensurate with the 7Ds that we were talking about on the other show that I displayed?
Well, asshole's not one of them, so I don't know.
No, so you've got the deny, disrupt, deceive, discombobulate, all the Ds.
Oh God, not again.
Yeah, but apply them to Flat Earth Society specifically. What attributes of anybody on the panel?
You don't.
Yeah, that's just correlation. Look, there's all these systems.
Anthony,
like Marxism in general is a system that just is always about tearing down the opposition by supplanting them and confusing, right? So that doesn't make them a member of a group, which is really more a judicial designation. You have to have a membership, just like you only commit a crime when you actually do it, you know?
Right, but, but that's not
this is all, I don't know why you're doing this.
Yeah, Bev's saying...
What if I suggested that I believe that the Earth accelerates up at 9.8 meters per second squared? Would that indicate that I might be Flat Earth Society?
No.
I'd say it would.
Yeah, well, you're wrong.
Well, indicate perhaps.
Yeah, because that's the main claim that they make, right?
Right,
Yeah,
so they're a pain in the ass. We all agree on that. It doesn't make them a member of a group.
No, but from Bev's perspective, he's saying that he thinks that I'm Flat Earth Society, right? Well, what would
Bev
be the
doesn't
criteria?
like you, man. He's always talking bad about you.
Why do you care what he calls you?
Because it contrasts just lovely with
Anthony,
me.
I gotta go. Anthony, I gotta go. So I want to say something here. After today's show, there's no way anyone could say that about you. You're an honest person seeking honest answers and posing questions, whether they're from you or the opposition, and we're refining it as we go. It was unfortunate you weren't on the show on a daily basis for 2 years as we went through every single one of these things.
But he has a relevant point to make about
I would say
this discussion. I want to hear the relevant point.
I know, but I gotta go, and I just want to say, there's no way Anthony's Flat Earth Society because he wouldn't act the way he did today through his conscience wanting some answers. So I commend you, and I'll catch you tomorrow.
See you later, dude. Well,
I agree to that, but I want to hear Anthony's point about this.
Yeah, the reason why I'm bringing it up isn't because I may or may not be Flat Earth Society. It's to compare and contrast with the other argument that we had the other day about whether Bob was actually a paid government shill or controlled opposition or whatever. Because those traits with behavior traits of a government shill or controlled operative or whatever, those traits are not present when we're arguing. Because when Nathan left the other day, we all cooled down a little bit, and we all said, and I said, and I made a point of saying this. Did you notice that how when we disagreed then, none of us, apart from Nathan, called anybody names. We weren't trying to discredit the other. We were disagreeing, but it was always on topic. It was always on point. And even though it was heated, there was none of the bullshit that goes with distracting away from the argument or red herring fallacies or anything that all those tactics that we deal with. None of them were present. Did anybody notice that?
I don't know. I mean, you're kind of right. There was no rumpusing apart from Anthony. Everyone was very reasonable apart from Anthony.
Nobody called anybody names though, apart from Nathan.
There we go.
No, I was calling names too. I was telling you to
that's
shut the
messed up,
fuck
man.
up. Stop escalating this shit.
But no, it's, but he's talking
Look,
about
look,
behaviors.
Bev wants you to go entertain him, Anthony. He's mad that you called him autistic, and he wants you to go in there and because you're a contrarian, and entertain his group. That's all. He's trying to bait you in there.
First off, I never called Bev autistic. Never happened.
No,
I don't know where he's got that
he
from.
thinks you did, and he won't drop it.
Well,
Well, I don't care.
if he thinks you did, then just say no. I meant artistic.
no.
Did he pull up the audio?
Yeah, go on then.
Did he pull up the audio for that? No.
No, what I actually said was somebody that is over reliant on inappropriate literal interpretations of phraseology is a trait of somebody with autism. So, like, if I said throw the eggs in the basket, it doesn't
Wait a
literally
minute.
mean throw them into the smash.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Wait a minute. But based on your argumentation the other day, you were calling him autistic. That's fucked up.
No, I wasn't.
Oh
That's
shit!
false.
Oh man, that is Elijah. That's fucked up.
Yeah, Anthony,
that's
what an
that's not
outrage.
true, Elijah. At no
What an
point have I
outrage.
ever called him
If I
autistic.
accept your standards, Anthony, I have to condemn you on one of these fronts. I can't not condemn you on one, and he is that.
Well,
Then,
go on, then. What's the condemnation? Quantify it.
if he has those traits, he is that thing, according to your argument.
Hang on.
It's
We have
your
a dog on.
inference. It is an inference.
It is a group, I think, too. I think it's like a categorized group of autism. So
Damn, that was quick.
Yeah, but
Oh man, I slid in there in the middle of playing Call of Duty. I heard it immediately.
Meanwhile, as QE would point out, so he's got his panties in a bunch about some personal issue he's taken with the verbiage. Oh dear, Bev. Meanwhile, you haven't got a clue what geometry is. And everybody, hypothetically speaking, that you took out to sea would die if you got lost while you argued with the ship's navigator, the guy who should understand about horizontal baselines and such like. Maybe we should all moan about some inference that you've drawn from a semantical point that Anthony was making about how stupid you are. Yeah, don't get your panties in a bunch, Bev. You pathetic twat. I am directly calling you a pathetic twat. It's not inferred. It's matter of fact. You're a pathetic twat, Bev.
Right.
Yeah,
I will point out though.
Condemnation.
I think in
I will
English they
po-
call that a wanker.
I will point out
Nathan.
if you have the symptoms of autism, you are diagnosed as autistic.
Let me address that condemnation that Nathan suggested. He said, I'll paraphrase it. I want to try and recite it back so I get it right. Nathan said, you can't have it both ways. If you show behavior traits of autism, then you must be autism applying your principle, right? That's basically what he said. Correct?
That's your argument, not mine.
Yeah. You're saying that you're using my own argument to make it right. At no
No,
point.
Eli did. We all commended him and went, "Oh, Eli, burn."
Yeah. At no point did I say that Bev was autistic. All I said was if you take an inappropriately literal meaning to certain words, that is a behavior trait of somebody with autism, which is true. It's
And what was
factually
the
true.
point of saying that in that moment, Tony?
Because the moment in question can't actually remember what the inappropriately literal interpretation was, but it was something that was said that was inappropriately literally interpreted by somebody just to be a prick. I can't even remember if it was Bev. I can't remember. I'd have to get Bev to
Oh,
cite it
right.
back.
Yeah. This is all very weaselly, but you were addressing him, and it's nice that you covered yourself in lawyer speak, but you did.
Well, just to speak to Anthony's point, though, that is how you would diagnose autism is by the symptoms it shows.
Correct.
So,
But let me be clear, though. I didn't say Bev
I don't
was
know where this is
autistic.
going though.
Yeah, but you did. You inferred it.
No, I
It wasn't the
didn't.
moment. That's what you meant. Stop
I
trying to
didn't.
be so
No, I didn't.
easily about
Right,
it.
for the benefit of my audience, nobody is inferring or implying in any way, shape, or form that we are in any way qualified or would reasonably be expected to diagnose anything ever. This is all hypothetical and semantical, as opposed to anyone actually literally diagnosing anybody, which is not happening. I just want to make that clear for my audience.
But this is also
Brian,
why I said
maybe-
this is also why I said the other day that it's not a standard because you can't apply it to everyone because it would be ridiculous. Now in this case, it's the same information. You're just choosing to go the other way.
No, it's not the same. It's nowhere near the same. We've got one example where I said somebody taking something inappropriately literal is a sign of autism. One example compared to a group of behaviors where Bob does several different things that collectively form part of a body of evidence that shows consistency with a variety of behavior traits. It's a false equivalence because I said it about one instance, right? And what I said about one instance is factually true, but it doesn't mean I was calling him autistic. That's a fault.
Well, you're a valuable member. You're a valuable member of the argument. Yeah, you're a valuable member of the argument, and it seems like Bev had it out for you. And if he gets rid of you, he would supplant you in your place, right? And so sounds like he's becoming what he's calling you.
What are you talking about, man? We're FED. We're the flat earthers everybody loves to hate. So hate us. Who gives a shit?
This is a faux pas on Tony's part. I don't know if he doesn't know. I don't think if any other accusation was put there, that there would be that reaction. But as far as I'm aware, I think Bev's son is autistic, and that's probably why offence is taken to that level. Why it's not necessarily the nuance of the argument that's being discussed. I think on a personal level, it's probably.
To be honest, Adam, I don't even think it was aimed at Bev. Whatever it was that
I'm not saying that. I'm saying, look, to put it into context, there's a reason that would be very triggering to him, whether you said it to him or anywhere in that context, because as far as I'm aware, his son is autistic. And that's probably why the offence has been taken, whoever it was directed at, indirectly or not.
But I think it was important that what Nathan gave us the disclaimer when he said that we are not in a position to diagnose, right? So whose authority would you be able to diagnose someone as being a J-trig? Like, who would be the authoritative position to make
right,
that
we
claim?
tried to address that. That was the same question that John asked when he said, what traits are there of somebody that's controlled opposition? That's why we brought up that document, because there is no standard to decide. It's like somebody's a thief that steals property, right? And you can look up the definition, and there's a universally accepted definition of the word thief, but there's no set standard or no set universal accepted position for what is the definition of a member of a controlled opposition. You have to look at whatever is the general.
There is a membership, a paper trail. Yes, there is. I don't know why you keep doing this to yourself.
Hate to this out. Correct me if I'm wrong. You may not have been here for this part of the conversation we had last time, Arwin. Anthony drew a comparison to the IRA, and his comparison was to say, if you're an underground IRA member, there is no circumstances ever that you could display yourself as being a card-carrying member. And if you're doing something covert, you can't demonstrate that, which is where Anthony's saying, how does it get defined? Which kind of, at first glance, seems Weasley, because it's like he's flipping the burden. But he's not, because he's just clarified it. No, there is no standard. How do you define the standard we're doing it now? Because that's what he's being asked by John. Because John's saying, well, who are you to make this standard? You're not a doctor, if it was a diagnosis, by comparison with autism. Well, we're bringing it back to the actual topic that we were discussing when we ignore Mr. Panties in a bunch because he's taken some personal slight to something. Now, we haven't diagnosed you, you fucking namby-pamby dickhead. Yeah, I am calling you a fucking namby-pamby dickhead, Bev. That's right, I am actually calling you that. You want to get your panties in a bunch over that while you figure out what geometry is? Because that's what we're actually discussing. The big boys are discussing a very pertinent point about the nature of reality. Well, you get your personal pants in a bunch. But you've taken something personally, mate. You fucking Wow.
Do you know what was funny, Nathan? He criticised other people generally. He didn't aim this anywhere specific, but he just said people don't like coming in here for whatever reason. I don't know why. All we do is talk. I can tell you why people don't want to go in there, Bev. There's lots of reasons, but the key ones: one, you always demonize your enemy who's criticizing you, no matter how good or valid the argument is. You demonize the person rather than address the point. Number two, you victimize yourself. You play the victim card and you don't address the point. You ignore the point or you ignore the rebuttal and you make it out as though you're being targeted and you're being penalized. No, that's bullshit, Bev. That's the second reason. Third reason, people don't want to go in there. Well, it's because it's to do with Emma. Not going to go any further than that. I don't want to give any credit. But that's the three reasons, and that's why I will never go back in there. So there's your reasons, Bev.
That's a nice
Deal with
guy.
it anyway.
Can I readdress what we're talking about? Because Nathan mentioned in a conversation I wasn't present at about the IRA or something. But yeah, that's actually a covert illegal organization. J-Trig or government-controlled oppositions are not. And they should leave a paper. That's not a secret thing because it's not illegal. They have to have a registry for it.
It is by definition.
They'll just keep it out of the public's attention.
It is secret, Arwen.
No, it isn't.
It's covert.
Did you not see at the top of the document? Arwen, hold on. Arwen wasn't here.
There is a paper
Hold on,
trail.
Arwen.
It's official.
Arwen, at the top of the documents that Anthony presented, it said in bold type, top secret. Telling you, man.
Well, it's uncovered now,
Anthony,
isn't it? They
did
made
that-
notifications of it being top secret. It's there. There's a trail because they have to keep track of it. They can't just erase it. That's
No,
completely
it's top
illegal.
secret. It said it in bold type.
Yeah. That means it's secret, not that it's unregistered.
Owen, can I just ask, do you think that government agents, do you think they walk around in black suits wearing black shades and a white shirt and they all drive black cars?
Yes. Yes, they do.
Right.
I mean, in fact, when you see a detective that's trying to be like plain clothes, like everyone in the area from the area can tell that that person is a plain clothes detective. So I guess in a sense, that's exactly what Anthony is saying, is that they're not, obviously law enforcement, but there are ways that you can tell that they're law enforcement. However, you can't confirm that they're law enforcement unless you try to hop the turnstile and they try to arrest you. There's no way to say for sure that they are specifically, most definitely, absolutely that thing because they display the traits.
I can't remember what film it was. There's a spoof British movie recently, right? And this kid makes his way into this British gang. And as he's looking around all the gang members, he looks at this guy who's in, unlike the rest of them, in a trench coat, looks very suspicious. And he goes, who's that? Shouldn't we be worried about him? No, that's Bill. No, Bill's sound. We like Bill. Bill's been around forever. We love old Bill.
I don't think they'll get the reference that old Bill means police.
Old Bill here means police, exactly. So this guy is being subtly hinted at that everyone around him, because he's dressed so differently and sticking out like a sore thumb. This is the reason I brought this up, is because Anthony's point is, look, these people are sticking out like a sore thumb. Well, let's look at why they're sticking out like a sore thumb. Well, here's the things that they're sticking out like a sore thumb for. It correlates with all of the things on this list of government-constrained operatives. That's what he's saying, right? Yeah. Now, obviously, like I said last time, I'm going to reiterate it and rehash the argument. I draw the line when you say, oh, no, that means it's live. No, as live, recorded back then, isn't live now. And saying is J-Trig, because they've got all the attributes of a J-Trig, doesn't mean they are J-Trig. They're not necessarily on the J-Trig payroll just because they do absolutely everything that a J-Trig does. For all we know, and Anthony knows, there could be a separate, just to go in line with Anthony's ideas so he doesn't argue with me. I'm not actually saying this, but just for the hypothetical stopping Anthony getting in on an argument. If there was another government-paid agency called C-Trig, now they had all the lists of things that J-Trig have, C-Trig, but plus a couple of others. They're a completely separate division. In fact, it's a different country's government that runs C-Trig. Completely different government. From a different country. and they've got all the attributes. So Anthony's argument that they're J-trig suddenly falls on its arse. And he can't argue because it's still a government-paid agency that this Bob Nodell character is part of as C-trig for the Greeks. Couldn't think of anything else. You know, but that still ties in with Anthony's argument and points out that, no, they weren't J-trig because they were as J-trig. Hence, that's where we draw the line, right? Doesn't change any of Anthony's point. They're sticking out like a sore thumb. Here's why. This is what they're doing. Look how this list compares directly with what they're doing. That's what Anthony's doing. If you drew the line there, you'd have everybody's full support. Unfortunately, he isn't, but he's Anthony.
Look, J-trig is declassified. So what is to stop a bunch of fanatical bastards from just reading into that and saying, like, yeah, we're going to do that? Because
Which is exactly what they did with Soundly, isn't it? Do you not remember when?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they're an agency. It just means they read a bunch of tactics and are applying it.
Which is exactly
That's
what they
all.
did with Soundly. Do you remember when Soundly had that thing in the bin and it was basically J-trig in the bin or something? I can't remember the exact ins and outs of it, but there was a picture and there was a ripped up piece of paper on the worktop or something like that. I can't remember exactly, but it was spotted by one of our lot and we were asking the question.
Yeah, Jared.
I think.
Yeah, I remember this well.
Yeah,
That's it.
I was gonna
You've
say,
got
I
the
think
details
Jared
right for this.
jumped all over
Stop. Do you know exactly what you're about to say?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I think it was Jeren that jumped all over it, was it not?
Yes, jumped all over what?
The accusation that they were I can't remember what the piece of paper was, but it was something to do with, I'm sure it was J-trig.
Okay, let me fill you in on the scenario so you can get it wrong by the sounds of things. Right, so what Soundly does, based on the paranoia of dickheads in our community, printed out a little piece of alluding to him being a paid shill document and then included it in one of his videos for it to get pointed out by, I believe, Jaren, I could be wrong about that detail, it's not relevant, to say, here you go, here's his documentation showing that he's a shill and he's getting payments. And Jaren even disclaimed from memory, it doesn't matter if he's come up with this lie, because in either instance, he's either, if the document's true, a paid J-trig, or a downright liar. Now, further to that, Soundly came out and went, yeah, I think he admitted to it outright. Yeah, I was just trying to show how stupid you idiots are. Right, in other words, yeah, I am a bloody liar. I made it all up. Yeah, that's the scenario.
Just a supplemental point. Soundly said that the geometric horizon was word soup.
And simultaneously their primary claim of Earth curve. How well
Yeah,
Soundly
yeah,
used to
indeed.
do. He used to be able to defeat us, though. We were pretty shit back then, right?
So Anthony, what makes you stick out like a sore thumb in Bev's eyes? Then, what claims have you made that would throw the flat Earth under the bus?
That's not Bev's argument, though. Bev's argument is that he's comparing me with how I describe J-trig's behavior traits with Bob. But I'm contrasting them and saying they're not comparable, they're nothing like. But if he thinks that they are, that's up to him. But the reality is that, like we showed when we disagreed the other day, there was none of them Ds. We were all fighting, but not fighting the way that the J-trig guys do with distract, deceive, disrupt. We were all on topic and bang on point, right? We were really focused to a narrow argument, and there was none of that distraction techniques. There were no tactics. It was just, you're wrong because, and that's all it was. So that's my point. But when Bev says it backwards, that's not the point that I'm making at all. In no way at all am I making the point that he makes. So to answer if you ask me your question again, because I think I've just lost the track of the question that you
further
asked.
to that, Anthony, and just to you, no tanks. There are obviously things that we agree on with Bev. You know, for example, I do agree that Anthony does exhibit all of these traits and should be considered as a controlled op Flat Earth Society 2.0 shill. So, you know, there are things we align with Bev on.
Listen, Bev's a valuable flat earther, and so are both of you guys. Yeah.
He's not a flat earther.
Hold on a second. Number one, why are you shilling for Bev? Number one, and number two, why would you call him a flat earther? He'd find that very offensive.
Yeah, just in case he listens in.
Remind me of your question.
What was it specifically that what attributes or claims have you specifically made that would qualify you as the opposition? Did he make any of those assertions?
No, he just said it. And I think his point was that just because he said it, that makes it true. and that's what he thinks is the standard that I applied against Bob. He thinks that because I formed the opinion and said it, that makes it true. But the difference between the two is I qualified it with all the behavior traits, whereas Bev doesn't qualify it with any. And if I was to put him on the spot with any of them, to give me any example of anything anywhere, he'll simply say, "Oh, because you're a liar." Okay, well, when? And then he'll have nothing. So the difference is he can't make the qualitative claim. He can try and spew it vomit-wise, but then there's no substance to it. Whereas with Bob, there's a plethora of evidence that goes against him. So it's just showing how Bev's just being a dick by saying it.
You've got to give Bev credit where it's due. You know, when he was slagging us off, he did talk about Rumpus and Blue Marble Science a lot. So, you know, that's something. That's evidence by your standards.
Yeah, but it's not evidence of me being flat Earth society, though, is it?
No, but
I don't know.
when we had the argument,
you
you were saying that if I present evidence for them being crap debaters, that makes them controlled op. But you know, you drew lots of correlations. Well, I'm saying by the same crappy standard, when Bev was talking about us, he would immediately cross-reference in some discussion he was having with Blue Marble Science or the Rumpus, right? And then he'd move on to something else that we were talking about. In other words, he didn't in any way address our point, but he's presenting that up like it's some evidence against what we've just said. Yeah? So what I'm saying is, when you were like, well, they're crap debaters, like, well, yeah, well, Rumpus and Blue Marble, blah, 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 blah. It's the same standard, Anthony. You're missing the subtlety. It doesn't matter.
I don't think he went that far, though. I think you're giving him more credit than what he actually did.
That is what he did. No, that is what he did. He played a bit of video from us moaning about how crap he was, and rather than addressing our point about how crap he was, he started talking about Blue Marble and Rumpus. That is literally what he did.
I didn't hear that bit, if I'm honest.
Is there any evidence that anybody from Flat Earth Society actually exists?
I don't know.
Where are these people?
Mark Sargent's one of them.
Yeah.
Well, if you look,
Mark Sargent thinks that we're on a disc that's floating upwards.
Well, he got
no. Mark Sargent is a card-carrying Flat Earth Society member. He has applied for and been granted membership of Flat Earth Society. Therefore, he has a card and is a card-carrying member of Flat Earth Society. Fact.
No, really, you're lying, surely.
I've seen it. He's shown it me. What do you want me to say? No, I'm not lying. I'm making it up. That is a fact. Now, it doesn't matter whether or not he's done it in irony. He came to this subject, found out, did all the research, started writing Flat Earth Clues, and simultaneously looked into Flat Earth Society and applied to join, and managed it.
He did it in 2015.
So he did it tongue-in-cheek, kind of. Because he doesn't make the same claims that these people supposedly make, right?
So he says. So he says. So he says.
Is there any
he could have done it naively. He could have done it tongue-in-cheek.
Hang on, maybe get some clarity, because Nathan's after putting it out there as if Mark is some kind of possible bad guy. We have no evidence of any of that. That's just Nathan doing that. He just joined them in 2015 because he didn't know where else to go.
I am saying, just for clarity, I was saying that in sarcasm and irony, right? Mark is a good guy. I've got absolutely nothing against anything he does. In terms of anything I have had an issue with him I have sat down across the table and discussed it, and he's been very receptive, and indeed taken on board the value of what I've said, thanked me for it, and moved on and incorporated it. The guy's ace. I cannot fault Mark Sargent. He is ace.
Yeah,
and I like Mark Sargent. I like him too, which is why I questioned when you said, he's a card-carrying member. So he did that kind of tongue-in-cheek because he doesn't make the same claims that these people supposedly make. Now, but the reason I ask is because where are these people? Like, shouldn't they be here arguing with us that the Earth is actually a fucking pizza pie flying up at 9.8 meters per second squared? Like, do these people actually exist in a place where they debate this stuff or talk about it? Because I've been a flat earther for 7 years. I've never met one of these people.
Is that evidence that they're controlled opposition? That we're talking about controlled op, right? J-Trig. Is there any evidence that Flat Earth Society is controlled opposition?
So when you say controlled
paid for by government.
Yeah, do you mean that they've been planted by the government to discredit the idea that the Earth's flat? Or
Yes,
do
we
you mean
need to
that
qualify
they
this
just
6 times? His question was clear. Is there any evidence that Flat Earth Society specifically is paid government opposition? Simple.
I don't know, but are they argued to be so?
Yeah, I've argued it. Bloody hell, I'm feeling the
what I've
pain.
heard.
I feel under pressure.
I've argued it too, but I've never really argued it with any conviction that they actually are. Because, like, yeah, let's be honest, they do make some really weird claims that none of us in this topic actually make. But does that make them the opposition, or does it make them a plant?
This was
I'm not
sure. John is so clever. Hold on. Let's just admire the cleverness of John. Well done, John. So what you've just got Anthony to do is paraphrase back our argument to him last time to us in this regard. Do you want to repeat your question? Because it was quite literally our point to you in the last time we had this discussion. Go ahead, Anthony.
Go ahead, John, do you mean?
No, Anthony, you're asking us to qualify whether or not we can say that Flat Earth Society would be paid government opposition or just opposition. That's what you just said.
I don't even think they are opposition.
Right, that was what we were putting to you last time we had this debate. You can say they're opposition, we said. It's just when you get to the controlled bit that you're going to be on a sticky wicket, I said, almost verbatim. And you said, no, controlled op.
Tony wins. Because how are we going to define whether he's right or wrong? What list could we use? I haven't got a list. Tony's got a list.
That's where he was on a winner at the beginning of this discussion when he was like, well, how do we get... Well, I think it was John that asked him again, clever that he is. You know, how do we clarify this? What's the standard? Are you a doctor to diagnose them as controlled opposition? Is that the standard? Who's putting this standard? Anthony's like, there isn't one. Other than this list that we've got of J-Trigs and their behaviour.
Yeah. So all he's got to ask us now is what standard were we going to use? All that. Why are we saying that?
I think confusing standards is typically a J-trig aspect, Tony.
We should figure out the punishment first, then the standard that should reach the punishment, and then who we're going to ascribe it to. I think that's the order we should decide.
Hang on. I think we need to establish, are they even opposition in the sense, do they really exist? Because like Chocolate says, has anybody ever met anyone?
Exactly.
Do they really exist?
Mark
From
Sargent.
who? Letter Society?
Could all be a brain in a jar. I see your point, Anthony. Yes, very, very good. Very droll.
It's a legitimate question, though.
So when I
mean?
type in Flat Earth Society and it shows up on my Google search and I go to the website, there's no evidence that someone made that.
But there's also, I think what Tony's saying is
Tony's causing feedback.
People in the arena.
Yeah.
There's no one anywhere that says we've got ball busters, we've got globe busters, we've got
Tony's causing feedback.
Right, they don't have an official.
Tony's causing. Nobody's fucking listening. Nobody's fucking listening to me. It's like I'm not even fucking here. Tony is causing feedback.
Okay, so we could. So yeah, I agree with Tony. And Chocolate. Where are these so-called Flat Earth Society people? They're not an opposition even. Are they just like a front window, as John's describing? But they're certainly not in any of the arenas, communities. Nobody comes in and says, "Hi, I'm from the Flat Earth Society. This is our viewpoint." Yeah.
And
they're
while
just globers
you're
appropriating
pointing, somebody
Flat
created a
Earth.
website that says Flat Earth Society. Okay, great. But okay, who's representing that website? Who's out here or anywhere battling for Flat Earth Society arguments?
They're not. They're just
So
first.
your position
They're not, and they
is-
don't need to be because they're
Your
first on
position
search
is
results.
because you haven't talked to them, they don't exist.
No,
Well, we need
I
to
didn't
see
say
some
they
evidence that
don't.
they do.
I didn't say. Hold on. I didn't say they don't exist. I'm asking. My first question was: is there any evidence that they do exist?
Yeah, that's
The
what I
website.
agree.
I didn't say
The
they don't.
website.
The-
You can
I could
apply for
create a
membership.
website right now and call it Flat Earth Society 5.0.
Do you know what though?
I'm not
It
Flat
would-
Earth Society, so that would be full of shit.
Excuse
know what,
me,
though, guys?
you start a
Guys.
website called Flat Earth Society 5.0, you would be the charter member of Flat Earth Society 5.0 at the
And if
moment
I
you
create-
created it. At
And
the
if I
moment you
created
created
it as a joke,
Guys,
Shout
might be-
Flat Earth
it's
Matt
entirely
knows them.
possible. It's entirely possible that somebody like the Rumpus, who, let's be honest, seems to be quite good on computers, it's entirely possible that it's equally him that might have created a website called Flat Earth Society just to ridicule us. I'm not saying it.
No, he would never do that. That's not his style.
You're missing his
He
point.
would never
Hello,
do
can you
something
not
like that.
chase? Stop. Why does this happen every time with my G+ panel? Don't chase the hypothetical. Anthony's not saying Rumpus has done this. He's saying there could be an individual, who gives a toss who, that could have set it up because they want to ridicule us. Now that would, according to John, in his example moments earlier, if it was Chocolate doing it with Flat Earth Society 5.0, he, at that point, becomes the founding member of that. So he is the person. In other words, whoever the individual is that set up Flat Earth Society, is the entity that's there to ridicule us and does appear first on the search engine results, therefore doesn't need to be out on the circuit. What they're trying to achieve is being achieved by them being first on the search results. That's all they need.
Can I say something?
Just look up who the founder is.
Yeah, that's not a bad point. My only point was, where are they, right? Because even, I mean, I've even met people that have argued concave, freaking reverse curvature, right? I've met those people, but I haven't met any Flat Earth Society. So I'm just saying, I'm not saying they don't exist because I haven't spoken to one, but it's weird that they're not out here, like, being that that's the first.
No, you're correct. There are no Flat Earth Society members out on the circuit. That's right, as far as I can tell.
Yeah. But you know what'll be? Do you know what'll be really weird? You know how they change things when we point out some inconsistency and they go back and fix it, and then it's as if it never happened. I wouldn't put it past them to next week for a Flat Earth Society member to magically appear on the show because we're talking about it now.
I doubt it.
Go ahead.
Can I say something?
Yes, James. Go
Can I
ahead.
say something, guys?
Yes, James.
Okay, so our U.S. president, former Barack Obama, said it live on TV. We don't have time to talk to the Flat Earth Society.
He never said that. He said we don't have time for a debate with the Flat Earth Society.
No, you're all wrong.
Yes.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah,
correct.
That's the exact quote. Yep.
But
okay,
does it prove existence or does it prove membership? If not for a better phrase.
That's not referencing them, is it? That's about we ain't got time to sit down and discuss something that's already been settled. It's just a phrase, isn't it? He's not actually referencing any Flat Earth Society as that particular one society per se. He's using that.
Because most normies, like, not to call him a normie, because I'm sure he's aware of a lot more than a lot of people are.
He's
but
not a normie.
Yeah, but most people they'll conflate Flat Earth Society with just Flat Earth because that's the first straw man.
Yeah, that might be the case. Hold on.
Wouldn't he be a normie? He could have been.
Hold on. I think Adam's point is to say that by comparison, if you are to say we don't have time for a meeting of the Coal Society in an age of nuclear power, it's equivalent to saying we don't have time to have meetings about things that are already done and dusted and settled. In this case, my example is the globe Earth because of X, Y, and Z, as opposed to it being a direct dig at Flat Earth Society in a meeting that he could be having with that internet search result. That's not what he means, I think, is what Adam's saying. Am I right, Adam?
Yeah. Thanks.
What was you can go to the Flat Earth Society's Facebook page. You can see the community. You can see the commenting members. So I mean, are those proof of membership?
There you go.
Maybe.
I was going to say that when we got to the end, actually, but you've done it for me now.
Right.
Thanks. Yes, correct.
No,
Just go.
now
If you
that
want
you
to
successfully-
interact with Flat Earth Society, just go on their website and just go to the Contact Us section, and I'm sure you'll get a response if your question's valid. You know, why wouldn't they?
That wasn't the point, though, that I found interesting that Tony and Chocolate made. The fact that they're there, people are joining it. It's obviously a badge of honor. If you join it, you feel it's got some merit. But then they're not out there preaching what's on their website. They're not defending their housekeeping questions, their viewpoint on things. Yeah, it's very distinct. And as Chocolate said, yeah, I've met people that think the Earth's concave. I've actually met them and chatted with them, but I've never, ever, ever in all these years, like I say, Mark Sargent, he bought the card for a laugh just to see if it was real, and got it, and he flashes it about. But I've never met anyone that's argued a Flat Earth Society argument.
But by taking that one step further, if I ever did find somebody that introduced himself as a member of the Flat Earth Society, I don't think I'd actually believe them unless I actually saw the debit on going out of their account to the Flat Earth Society, because anybody can claim membership to Summit, right? You get it all the time, phantom members of whatever. Yeah, does it mean that these? I wouldn't believe it. I would need to see quite a lot of evidence that.
Okay, fine. Okay, I can give you an example. There was a TV quiz show that had I think it was 70s. It might have been early 80s, but I'm pretty sure it was 70s. And they had a card-carrying, long-established, accredited member of the Flat Earth Society come and answer a few questions about the Flat Earth, based on the rhetoric of the Flat Earth Society, done in a humorous manner. So it's like, how was your journey over? Well, I travelled across the flat plane. Unfortunately, we didn't get near the edge to fall off. Ha, ha, ha. That was the kind of rhetoric that the guy from the Flat Earth Society was putting out. If you search it on YouTube, you'll find it. I'm pretty sure it was in a quiz setting, so you might type something like 1970s Flat Earth Society member on a quiz show, or something like that. You'll eventually find it, like I found it, and you'll hear him talking about the rhetoric of 9.8 meters up per second as the donut flies up through space, him traveling across the flat plane. But he did pepper it with a certain amount of valid Flat Earth information from memory. So like is the case with the Flat Earth Society, he just was a human mouth moving, saying the stuff that's in that website. That's all he was.
If anyone listened to me in the past, they would have heard this, what I said several times. Research Leo Ferrari. He was Flat Earth Society back years ago. He was the main opposition to Charles K. Johnson, who was the IFERS, that Dubé is the head of now. He was the original IFER. He was the chairman of IFERS, International Flat Earth Research Society. The Flat Earth Society took that name, which belonged to a guy called a guy from London before Charles K. Johnson. Either way, the Flat Earth Society was turned up as a way of character assassinating what they were trying to do. Look for Charles K. Johnson and Leo Ferrari. Charles K. Johnson and the man that preceded him were like the us of back then. Leo Ferrari was Flat Earth Society who constantly poisoned the well.
Right. And if you listen to Eric Dubé, describing his re-establishment of IFERS, or the International Flat Earth Research Society, he explains the exact same reasoning for putting his name against that particular society, and explains the original locking of heads between IFERS and the Flat Earth Society. So yeah, Brian's absolutely right, and it's detailed by Eric Dubé equally concisely.
Is that evidence that they're controlling?
Oh God! So again, Bev must be sitting back, just laughing his ass off, because he knows he just created by innuendo a red herring fallacy that he'd know that every one of you guys would chase down to the nitty gritty that doesn't mean shit.
Which one?
And then he's just laughing because it gets him off the subject of demonstrating that Bev is a fucking retard.
So which one? Which red? Hold on. Which red herring?
All
What
I
did
have
we
to do to
chase?
you guys is just give something by innuendo, and you'd chase that motherfucker down for like 3 weeks.
I
and
stopped
miss
though.
a
Excuse
multiple-
me. Excuse me. Did I do that, or did I point it out and stop everyone else from doing it?
You did point it out for a second that Arwen had to jump back in, going back to this J-Trig argument, and then for the next 45 fucking minutes, we've been going down this road. It's a meaningless, endless fuck away road. Stick to the point.
Me?
The point's
Yeah,
already
we're
been
blaming you,
settled,
Owen. Of
Hewitt.
course.
Try to stop it.
Absolutely,
I
we're
think
blaming you.
the point. It was.
I think John's sounding like J-Trig right now.
I do too. We didn't get to that point. We could question it, based on the same logic that we applied to Bob. Bob is exactly the same.
It's nowhere. It's only one trait, though, isn't it? It's not a 6 or 7. There's only one with John. It needs to be right now. That's not enough.
You're right. You're right, John. We're not going to classify you as J-Trig, so you're okay.
No, you're just an ass.
Yeah,
like I said, asshole's not a characteristic of J-Trig. So
Okay.
Anthony's safe and John's safe.
Right. Look, can we? Right. Look, this isn't going to get past me, you bastards. Right. Everybody else who wants to get an underhanded dig at John, that's Quantum Eraser, by underhandedly comparing the traits that we might be comparing to John to say he isn't a J-trig, can we stop? Because he's not that stupid either and knows an underhanded jab when he hears it.
But it's too easy. It's too good to miss, though, Nathan.
Well, now I've concisely broken down what you're doing, so it's no longer clever. So stop.
Is Nathan distracting for another J trick?
Yeah. Nathan distracting now. Here we go.
No, QE.
After
Point, I don't understand why you came in and got arsey. It was settled the other day. There's no need to go on. Anybody who makes the statement that you need a right-angled triangle for trigonometry, right? We don't need to do anymore. We can move on and just discuss the nuances of why there aren't Flat Earth Society members and stuff, or what J-trig is. But as for the statement of pursuing the point of a lack of intellect or a lack of qualifications to make these statements, that was settled the other day, firmly and squarely for me.
All right, fair enough.
If anybody here is a J-trig, can you just tell us now?
I am.
I'm not that I know of anyway.
I'm completely
hell is
guilty.
that?
I was programmed to tell you I am.
I don't know what
Then
words
you're not
mean
J-trig.
phonetically. I don't know what words mean. I just use them phonetically. So like Adam said, I am programmed to say that I am J-trig.
We've all ignored QE's point that he opened with, which is to say that we've wasted valuable time talking about J-trigs instead of highlighting the very important detail of Bev's stupidity.
That's exactly what I did address. And John agreed.
Now I'm sighing and huffing because I don't think that's important either.
Neither do
Well,
I.
after it's been settled, we don't need to have a meeting of the Flat Earth Society, do we?
Yeah, you're right.
Nathan said that he doesn't think that that's important either.
I don't think how stupid Bev is in regards to his geometric misunderstandings and misapprehensions is anywhere as important as much as that got heated. Our discussion with Anthony when he's trying to verbalise his disagreement that the horizon's useful for establishing a horizontal, and we explain back, for the benefit of the audience, that the principle that's being implied requires a horizontal baseline and is applied when you do the process. That's useful. That's a useful tool. The audience benefits from that.
But I would like to point out, hold on, I would like to point out that when little Timmy jerked on Superman's cape, right? The little boy with glasses and Superman turned around and just smote his ass. What does that say about Superman?
It said that little bastard deserved it because he tugged on Superman's cape.
Just smoked his ass. Lovely. Love it.
Superman is now the supervillain. I was trying to vilify you. It's not working too good.
Besides all the dissension in the ranks between us and Bev and them, right? Besides all that, Bev doesn't understand any of our arguments concerning celestial navigation, because it was pointed out to him by someone on his panel. I think it was Paper. I only heard a little bit of his stream last night. That one of our housekeeping questions is there any evidence that level is not horizontal? And he said they're a bit behind, but they're catching up. I give it a year or two, and they'll be where we are now. He said, right? That's what he said. Meaning that he has.
Right.
Just give me. All right. Go on.
But just to retort to the point you made, so by that you mean we could summarise his whole show with just one question?
Yes, that's what I took from that too, Adam. So he's got a tacit acceptance of that summary of his entire existence in this debate. Yeah, we're right, aren't we? We can summarise your entire discussion that you have on your platform with any evidence that level isn't horizontal. No? Moving on.
It's got to be humiliating.
Yeah, but
if somebody could sum up,
just leave me
sum up my entire purpose in one sentence, I would be humiliated.
The point I'm making is that he has such little information about celestial navigation that he doesn't realize that is the argument he's making, and it's proving his argument greater than he can prove it with water levels or with surveying, because it's taken in such massive areas. And he doesn't he thinks that we're 2 years behind, when that is the celestial navigation argument. That level is horizontal.
It's an axiom.
I mean,
I'm just going to give QE props, right? Because some of these things, you know them, because it isn't being said by a man distorting really angrily into a crap microphone like you did, QE. Sometimes it just doesn't cement itself. But these aren't debatable points, they're axioms.
Oh, John, Bev's show last night, right? I got the feeling he was going to be addressing your rebuttal video, your video about him, right? And basically, it was completely dismissed on the basis that Emma said, QE's opinion of me, I am not bothered about, or something like that. And then nothing further got said about anything that you said.
Well,
nothing, not one single point.
Of course. What else you gonna do? You ain't gonna attack that with anything of substance, because they have none.
Do you know what he did instead? He got an old Brenda video from about 2-3 years ago and dissected that instead.
Yeah, that's what you're gonna do. You're gonna hand wave dismiss it like a numpty dipshit. I don't know. I don't watch his channel, so I don't know what he did. But you said that's what he did.
And when you're being evasive like that and you're failing to address the topic and you're completely evading that topic, right? That's one of the traits of a J-trig. It is. It's one of the traits.
I'm going to say it now, right? I enjoyed listening to Bev for a lot at the time, right? But Bev plays the victim so much while he's trying to instigate issues with other people, where he's making innuendos about other people and saying little things without mentioning your name. He could say something, and I know it's QE or Nathan or one of us or whoever he's talking about. And he's lumping people in together, and he's making up terms and labeling people with these terms. And it's all kind of character assassination type stuff that goes on. If Bev just stuck to what he was doing, which was dealing with the borders, level and horizontal, and stop looking for problems, right, in an eluded type way, and then claiming to be a victim. If he stopped all that nonsense, it would have been grand. But now I don't even want to listen to his show, because when I listen to it, there's more stuff that makes me either makes me annoyed because I know what he's alluding to, and I know he's giving you a straw man. He's handing someone, one of us or whatever, a straw man argument, making it out that we claim this, kind of alluding to us, us maybe claiming this without saying our names. This kind of stupid, like as if people are stupid. We're not stupid. None of us ever had a problem with horizontal and level being the same thing. Nobody ever argued that, and why would they? It's only ballers that argue that. So he's making up arguments that we don't make, things we didn't say, straw man arguments, to have a little go at us. And besides that, I end up turning they're the things that annoy me. But then the things he gets wrong that have me turning my eyes to the sky, it's just the bad is outweighing the good. The bad is outweighing the good for me. So I'm not watching his channel anymore, because there's not enough good on it, with all the other stuff he's getting wrong and all little innuendo bullshit. I just don't want to watch it now. I tried watching it last night and I had to turn it off.
Conversely, Brian, he also goes the extreme end of the other way as well. He victimizes himself like a motherfucker. And he says, people don't want to come here for some reason. Don't know why. All we do is have a conversation. Yeah. So he bitches about everybody. He then plays the victim card like as though he's a massive victim. And then all the time, it's like he's lying about what all he does there is have a conversation. He doesn't. What he does there is bitch about everybody and just cause trouble.
I know what he does there because I went there. He wastes your time. No matter what you're going there to say, unless it's exactly in line with what he's talking about, he's not interested. Or I don't know what he does, but there's no point in going for a chat with him. Come for a discussion. There's no point. Your time is being wasted. He's treating you like an idiot when you walk in there into that server.
I'll tell you what.
There's just no point in going there.
if I'd have been bad and seen that video that QE made about him, I don't think I'd have crawled out from underneath my rock yet. People would know who I was, you know?
Dunning-Kruger
What he
denial.
does,
He literally reasserted that he'd argue with the navigator when he was responding to our discussion about J-Trigs in that J-Trig video. So when Kiwi was playing it, obviously I hadn't watched what Bev had to say about it, but he's like, yeah, I would have got really angry with the navigator because I haven't got a clue about navigation. You're like, my God, this isn't a defense, you stupid clown.
First of all, dissent's in a rank.
You know, your criticism was that, Nathan, your criticism was that he never even heard it, right? Because it was not very good for him. And his defense was, I never heard it because there was nothing like significant or substantial in it. It was valueless. And I thought, yeah, I wonder what valueless means in his language.
what Bev does, right, is besides misrepresenting people constantly, like he allowed, now, this is one of the things that annoys me. He allowed a complete misrepresentation of something I said. After they played the audio of me saying it on his show. That means he's allowing people to be misrepresented. That means he's not being honest. But what he does is he doesn't like something and he stays ignorant about the topic, or he claims to stay. Maybe I get the feeling he's learning about topics behind the scenes, but he demeans the topic, and then the people around him, they stay ignorant of it because they think it's no good, because Bev says it's no good, because they view him as a worthy source of information. So if Bev says that thing's no good and gives some kind of haphazard or half-handed explanation as to why it's no good, and it's often because he doesn't even understand it, celestial navigation being the main one. Other people around him don't learn about it. So they all laugh at celestial navigation. They all call the nautical almanac the magic book. None of them understand it. And yet it's the very thing that's proving the very thing they're constantly talking about. You know, it's beyond me.
Bev is a certifiable retard, Brian. You know it, and I know it.
I don't know what Bev is. I know that he's a time waster. That I do know. And that's all I need to know.
And if you go and you waste your time on his show, not saying you, I'm saying all those people that look to him for information, well, that's their fault.
But like in this search for the truth, like of like, you know, taking apart the globe and the entire paradigm that we've been fed, why would a flat earther waste your time, like, to no end? And there's things that need to be done.
Doesn't make any sense to me. Why, you know, I mean, as I said yesterday on the live show, Bev doesn't have to learn about celestial navigation. None of them have to learn about it. It's not like it's a requirement or it's, you know, part of a course you're doing. You don't have to do any of this. I don't mind if none of them want to know. That's fine. But don't put it down and poison the well. You know, don't put the thing down when you don't even know what it is. You know, because they're constantly putting that argument down without even knowing what it is. It's like me attacking structural engineering without ever learning anything about it. Bloody structural engineering. Good for nothing. Do you know what I mean? Like, what do I know about it to say that?
Yeah, Bev does that all the time.
Yeah,
With everything.
I
He
gave
just
the
scoffs
analogy.
at everything.
I gave the analogy, right? Hecklers at a metabolic pathway convention, heckling at gluconeogenesis. Same damn thing as the structural engine. Yeah, but I want them to do it. I want people to do that. It wasn't even celestial navigation. He doesn't even know what a horizontal line is. Did you guys miss that part?
Remind us.
I didn't miss
horizontal line.
I watched the whole video. It was great. I watched it all the way through and then played I watched it all morning. In other words, you know, when you lose 3 hours and go, oh, wow, I've got to start the show now. That's kind of what my morning was like, because your show. So I didn't know you'd done it live. I'd gone to bed early that night and woke up and watched the entirety of it. And I thought it was excellent. Like I say, I lost 3 hours without realizing.
Well, thank you. It was just I categorized it or framed it as, the usual taking jabs. There was a little low hanging fruit there, but he tugged on Superman's cape, so he had to be put in his place. He had to get smoked like little Bobby. Now back to the horizontal line. Didn't you hear him define the horizontal line? You need to go back and listen to the first part.
I missed the first 15 minutes of it. That's what happened.
Oh, that's when it really went down, Brian. You need to go back and listen to the beginning.
Okay, sorry, I will.
Is that it? You guys all tuckered out?
It looks that way. Hopefully they'll pick up.
We have got one thing, haven't we, Brian, that we could bring to the table, I suppose.
I was waiting for his definition on a horizontal line, but
Well,
that's
yeah.
just me.
If QE wants to give that beforehand, we can talk about that. Adam.
Maybe Bloods
too-
knows how to define it. Bloods thicker over there.
It was too stupid. I can't remember. I don't want to paraphrase it. So it says you can hear him. He says it. I don't remember exactly what he said. It was pretty stupid. It was the thing. So I'm going to paraphrase it. It was the thing that's created to measure something like that. It was really stupid.
A horizontal line is something created to measure something.
It was a thing. It was a thing. Thingy.
You know the thing.
And then he said something about a horizontal plane. So he said, we can, I don't want to paraphrase it because I'm going to screw it up, but something to the effect that he can create a horizontal plane with their tools and the horizontal plane is in the air. Something like I can't recall it exactly. You have to go back and listen to it.
I tell you, there was one good thing that he got that was good. When he was going back through Brenda's hangout from 3 years ago or whatever it was, in lieu of addressing QE when he was getting that beast in, he basically got Brenda to, he said, so Brenda, if I'm at the North Pole and my vertical is pointing up to Polaris, that's my vertex, like that's my totally north vertical thing. And you're at Ecuador on the equator and your vertical is therefore 90 degrees to mine. Is it true to say that your vertical and my vertical, your vertical will be horizontal to my vertical? And Brenda didn't get it. And he had to spell it out for her. And she still struggled saying that nobody says that. And he was like, yeah, they do say that. That is exactly what you guys say. And when he puts it that way, it is ridiculous to think that her vertical on the equator would be his horizontal. But that is what they say.
Go ahead, Adam.
Right. Well, Brian, I'll find the document to finish it off. But I'm going to go and quickly fill a glass of wine while you do that and go through what we were talking about the other day, which is your viewpoint with regards to Eratosthenes and your opposition that we did beat through quite hard. So maybe if you go through that and then
you want me to give the basics of the argument, is this, Adam?
And I'll read the citation.
Okay, yeah. Well, the basics of the argument is this: is that Eratosthenes, and this is the kind of official narrative on it, and even Neil deGrasse Tyson stated this when he referred to the Eratosthenes demonstration. he had to pre-assume that the light rays from the sun were coming in parallel, which meant that he had to pre-assume that the sun was big and far away. Because if it was small and local, then that would mean that the rays would be divergent and the Earth would obviously be flat. So he had to pre-assume the sun was big and far away. This is the official narrative of it, to get parallel sun rays to allow them to claim a globe, because there was a twofold thing. One, when they started talking about the shadows, it allowed them to not have to talk about the elevation angle. This is why I don't really believe Eratosthenes, if he existed, did this, but this is the story about it. But what they were trying to, the reason for the parallel sunlight is to explain the shadows we see in reality over a globe with a radius of 3959 miles. So over a curved surface, you have to have parallel light to explain those shadows. Now, my point was that, and I really should have done this a long time back, because this is not something that came to me recently. I just kept holding off on making the video and going, I'll do that next week, because I have a load of ideas. But my point being is that in the heliocentric model, the moon is small and local in comparison to the sun. So the moon is smaller than the globe Earth in diameter, and it's also a lot closer to the globe Earth than the sun in their model. And the moon does not and cannot give, like, within the heliocentric lore, the sun and moon and all light is divergent. But depending on the size of the diameter and the distance they have to make it them to match that with what we see in the sky, the sun size in the sky, that allows them to claim there's parallel light. The same with Polaris. That's why Polaris is claimed to be so huge, but also so far away, because they need to be able to claim parallel light from Polaris. But that all goes back to their sun, claiming that the sun is parallel light. But their moon...
In the heliocentric model. Okay.
Yeah, the moon...
Where's
all in the heliocentric model. I'm only talking heliocentric model. The moon can't have parallel light. It can't have, because it's too small and too close to the globe for them to claim that. So consequently, the moon, any shadows created by the full moon have to be extraordinarily different from the shadows created by the sun. But
in the heliocentric model, the full moon is only a full moon when it's...
Yeah, but that's not the point. That doesn't matter. The point is that the full moon can't give you the same shadows within that model as the sun. They can't even be similar. They have to be completely different. But the full moon gives us the exact same shadows. And I mean exact same shadows as the sun, which means that the heliocentric model cannot exist. Based on that alone, it's finished. Because they don't have parallel light rays. They don't have anything. They can't claim Eratosthenes. They can't claim anything. That means they can't claim curved surface. It's all done.
Well, the curved surface is an issue for me, right, with that example. But if I have a mirror on one side of the room and I flash a laser at it 180 degrees apart, it's going to come right back to me. So with the moon being 180 degrees from the sun when it's a full moon,
that's not the argument.
What's the issue with that?
That's not the argument. No, that's not the argument. Never mind how moonlight is said to happen in their model. Never mind that. You're missing the point. The whole reason for the sun being claimed to have parallel light rays was so they could explain away the shadows we see in reality, right? But the moon, the full moon, gives us the exact same shadows, and they have absolutely no explanation for that, and they can't have. The moon, the full moon.
Eratosthenes is only at noon, right? It's not all during the day. It's only at
It doesn't matter when it is. It doesn't matter. It's the claim. You're missing the point. The claim is that the sun has to have parallel light. We have to receive sunlight parallel. That's the claim. That hasn't diverged yet. It's still parallel from our point of view.
Bri, just strap this a little bit on, because this.
Go on, Adam. You go.
The reason Brian's reiterating the point of parallel is because to get the shadows on a flat Earth, the light source can be local. But if you're going to curve that surface to get the shadows to work in the heliocentric model, they have to make the sun bigger than the Earth, and consequently further away to allow for that shadow pattern in their model because the ground is curving. That's the first fundamental premise that they work on. Now, with that premise, we have the light of the moon. And what Brian's saying is, within their excuse for and reasoning, shall we say, for how shadows work, there is a consequent within their model that we have moonlight, which by their description cannot, because it's closer and smaller, generate the same the virtually parallel rays that they've conjured to excuse their curved surface.
I agree, but if he's doing
does
this
that
test,
make sense?
Yeah. If he's always, yeah. But so how, right? So then you need to know if it were parallel under their model with the moon, then how much of the Earth would be lit by the moon, and then you'd have to go whatever it is, 3,000 miles apart.
It can't be. No, it can't be. That's the point.
Yeah.
The moon can't give those shadows on them. The shadows you see from the full moon once a month cannot happen on the heliocentric model. There is no way whatsoever in a billion ways it can happen. The moon can't give parallel light. The moon would have to be bigger than the globe Earth and would have to be far away because of its angular size. Can't happen. Absolutely ends the heliocentric model.
What heliocentric model?
Well, I was going to ask, because this sounds like a geometric claim, right? We're in a geometric claim, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely what it sounds like for sure. That's why I'm asking, like, how much of the moon, like, where's the moon's position in reality? Like, where's the moon's position during these shadows? Is it right above you? Is it off on the horizon? These are the things. How much, how far apart do
it won't matter, because it won't matter where it is, because the shadows match exactly when the sun is in the exact same position in the sky, the shadows match exactly. Both shadows match
That's what I'm asking. Like, is it that you're matching apples to apples? Like, okay, I took a measurement when the sun was 30 degrees, from my zenith, and it matches the same exact as when the moon is 30 degrees.
All right. Let me address this, Brian.
I think you measure the bloody elevation angle.
This elevation angle is pertinent. So this is obviously my reasoning with Brian. Right. Well, we've got that. What can we do? What can we do? Can we go out there and prove it? Do we need to go out there and prove it? So let me just show you the citation. I had to dig for this because it was behind a paywall, but I managed to get it for free from a website talking about Baroque Germany, because these moon dials that we're going to talk about are an old thing and lots of Baroque styles of them. But this is provided by the NASA Astrophysics Data System and is a citation from Stephen A. Lloyd of Harvard University. So the first thing we thought was, I'm kind of intrigued on it. We have moon dials. Do they work differently? And the Baroque German word is a lunar volvel. So I'm just going to read the first paragraph here. So, one of the most common criticisms of the use of sundials as timekeeping devices is their limitation to the hours of daylight. Although most entirely unknown to modern astronomers, the lunar volvel and moon dial are devices that supplement the sundial and allow us to tell the time by the light of the moon, thus greatly extending the utility of the sundial. I'll just fill in a bit of detail. So the difference between a volvel and a moon dial is a sundial. Okay, what a volvel is a spinny disc on the sundial that allows you to move the lunar time so you can translate it to solar time. Because obviously the sun and the moon are orbiting at circling at different rates. So what this is, and if I just scroll down to the next page, this is the point
Well, I'll read this, and then it'll save me rambling. The lunar volval converts the time as read off a sundial, given by a shadow cast by the moonlight, to the local solar time. A volval is merely a calculating device for converting moon time to solar time, and does not itself include either a gnomon style to cast the shadow or a dial plate on which the shadow is cast. Moon dials are somewhat rarer, but operate on the same principle. Two notable ones made by these guys made sundials out of brass, in which the dial plate itself contained several movable silvered rings or dials, which enabled the direct conversion of moon time to solar time. One can also align the sundial in the same manner at night. When the moon is shining brightly, a shadow will be cast on the dial plates. The time corresponding to this shadow, the local moon time, will of course not be the same as the local solar time, except at the new and full moon. The lunar month is approximately 29.5 solar days, which means the moon takes 29.5 days to return to the same position in the sky with respect to the sun. The consequence of this is that the moon appears at the same position in the sky about 49 minutes later each evening. This regular lateness of the moon enables one to relate the moon's position in the sky to the solar position, which is defined as the local solar time. Now, the only one concession I'll find in here is to point out that obviously you do need a moon. You don't need a full moon. It doesn't really matter. Full moon's the best because it's really bright, you can tell, but it's not a prerequisite for the moon dial to work. Now, to bring all that back to Brian's point, we now have here all the data we could possibly want, historical and logs of everything, and how you have to adjust. But fundamentally, the point that's being demonstrated here by having this data, these devices, is that the shadows work in the same way. I'm done.
Right. My question still really hasn't changed, right? Like, we're going to say that they're divergent, but coming in parallel, which, okay, they're not perfectly parallel. They're I don't know. Do we have the mathematical?
What do you be specific in your question? The light coming in from where specifically? The sun or the moon? Be hyper specific.
The sun. Now, do we have the mathematical ratio that they apply for that?
I don't know about that. But
Yeah.
this is a pretty cool argument. I like this argument. Now that I've heard it coherently and not getting interrupted. What would the shadows look like with divergent rays coming from the moon?
Yes.
What would a shadow look like? Number one, you got to make a direct comparison to really drive this stake in. Follow? Or am I missing something?
No, I agree. That's like, what would the difference we would see?
Would it have to be at cyan? Are you just talking about a regular shadow during the day?
We don't have to show a difference. The fact that there isn't a difference is the point. With a local close light, our shadows are fully explained in their model to make sure and accommodate for a curved surface. They have to make the sun bigger than the Earth, so it can't be close and local, small and local. It has to be bigger than the entirety of the ball it's casting its light onto, and and far away to necessitate how the light is behaving. Now, by doing that, you define that the particulars of how the light come in are based upon it being far away and big.
Right. Yeah. I see where you're going with this. I'm tracking with you.
The moon does not fit those criteria, yet the shadows are the same. Apply that to a flat local model, we have no discrepancy. They have the discrepancy in their rhetoric.
So the shadows, that's where I'm sticking on. The shadows would be the same. So you're only, this has many layers to it because we know that the Eratosthenes story is horse shit from the get-go. right? So what are you actually debunking? The debunking their claim that the sun is large and far away?
Yes. Well, it seems to be that, yeah, within their own rhetoric, because it's a determinant is big and far away, and the moon is the opposite. Yet we have the same behavior shadows, and because they ascribe that as why, because they have to, because they're saying the Earth's curved, then their second example of the moon doesn't fit the criterion that they've previously established as to why the shadow is like that.
Got it. But in reality, I mean, if we wanted to do something on our own, right, we'd have to show how that divergent, this is completely separate from your point. I got your point, Roger. Got it. But we would have to show how shadows would be different with divergent rays versus parallel.
No, we wouldn't. The whole point is that it was claimed that the light was coming in parallel to explain the shadows.
I understand.
But we don't have to do anything, because if they go off and they come back and say there's no difference, that's making our argument. That's
I know, exactly.
There's no difference. If there's no, because I've already gotten that. I've already gotten that on my video. There's no difference. And I said, yeah, so that's the end of that then. There has to be a difference. Because the whole point of making the sun big and far away was because of a supposed difference.
Right. I'm tracking what you're saying. I'm saying this is as a completely separate argument. No, your argument's good. I like it. I like where your mind's at. That's pretty funny. But I would just like to know how the shadows would be different.
Now you're starting to sound like me.
Well, just so people know, because
I don't know, and I don't care, because both are proved to cast the same shadows. Therefore,
I gotcha. We already agree with that.
I can't even prove that they're small and local. I don't need to prove that. All I'm is demonstrating what I previously outlined.
I know. We already went over that. We don't need to go over it again.
I'm not making a goddamn claim, QE.
There is something important, though, and I don't know if Adam read this part out. The full moon is always in line with solar time. Is that right, Adam? The full moon, you never have to change the dial for the full moon. At full moon, it always matches solar time. Always.
You only have to reset your clock once a day by 48 minutes to adjust, because you recognize the sun, the moon, and the sun have different transit times, the moon being 48 minutes slower each day. So if you recognize that the following day, when it casts that shadow, you've got to add 48 minutes, then you know the time.
Yeah, but that's not because of the shadow. That's because it is because of the shadow, because it's at different angles, right?
No, it's the movement of the moon. The movement.
That's what I'm talking about. The movement of the moon is off from the sun.
If I'm working with a sundial and I can cast that shadow, and I know it's the day after full moon, and I read the shadow, I know that it's actually 48-minute difference. Okay. Now, if I've got a lunar Vavel, then I don't need to do that calculation. All I do every day when I get up in the morning is spin my Vavel by 48, and the dial changes, so it gives me the local solar time via the moon.
But my point is that you don't have to do any of that on the day of the full moon. It's exactly as it should be, matching solar time exactly, full moon. That's the one time that the moon is full in the sky throughout the month, and we see a full sun every day. We only see a full moon once a month. So that one time that it is basically matching the sun as being out in full, it matches solar time.
During the whole night? During the whole night of the full moon, it matches the sun?
Yeah, it matches solar time, yeah.
All night, every single night, the moon's transit enables you to read time. Yeah, solar time. It allows you to do that because the only differential between the two is the adjustment each day for the lag of the moon. There's no adjustment for the angle itself.
But just answer the question. On the night of the full moon, There's no adjustments that need to be made at all.
None at all.
None whatsoever. None.
It's over. It's over. Go ahead and run with it. Go ahead and slam them.
Yeah, we want to do this proper, don't we, Adam? We want to really do it proper and really educate, because a lot of people have a lot of stuff in their head about what the ballers say, and they're going to be looking into things that are not on point, and we want to explain. A lot of people don't actually understand the argument when it comes to Eratosthenes and the globe's argument. So we'll have to go through, we're going to go through it and do a whole thing on it.
Yeah, don't get too elaborate. Don't get too crazy now. Keep it concise.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I want to keep it. But the problem is, it's one of these things you have to explain a bit because people won't understand it.
No, you don't get too far into it. The surface level is really stinking good. That last point with the full moon, there's no changes. That's a fucking death knell.
I don't understand. I don't understand, Brian.
Paragraph again.
Can you explain it to me concisely? Because I don't understand.
I'll read the paragraph and then Huey can describe. One can also align the sundial in the same manner at night. When the moon is shining brightly, a shadow will be cast on the dial plates. The time corresponding to this shadow, the local moon time, will of course not be the same as the local solar time, except at the new and full moon. The lunar month is approximately 29, therefore you get a lag of 49 minutes every single day past those points.
Yep. So, Nathan, it destroys. Now, Eratosthenes is a fucking belly lapper anyway, to begin with. But given that the Baltards have this affinity for Eratosthenes and the sun must be large and far away, it's really funny. You can destroy them really quick if they're akin to that argument. If they're right on to that sun being large and far away and parallel rays. Do you get it? Because the moonlight or the moon, given the moon shadow, it's the same fucking thing, and everyone knows the moon's not that far away and that big. Oh,
no, can Adam explain it to me?
Okay.
Can I explain it to you, Nathan?
Shall I read another paragraph just in terms of the preconditions for the conversion?
Well, can I ask one more question? Because is it the sun has to, or the sun rays are parallel because it's large and far away, as opposed to close and local divergent?
Yes.
Well, then wouldn't they just say, yeah, the moon's close and local divergent, the sun's far and parallel?
No, you're missing the point, John. The reason that they have to claim, if you go back to what Eratosthenes, well, it's claimed about Eratosthenes, is that Eratosthenes had to claim the sun was, I can't remember what size he said it was, but it was a lot bigger than the globe Earth, and it was 3 million miles away. The reason he had to do that was so he could claim that the light was coming in parallel to explain the shadows in reality, the shadow of his obelisk, and claim it was a globe. Because if the sun was small and local, that meant the Earth has to be flat. Now, the full moon gives us exactly the same shadows. And within their model, their moon is smaller by 3/3 smaller than their globe, and is much, much closer. It's only 230,000 miles away, not 93 million miles away. So,
right.
Their moon cannot give us the same shadows. But in reality, the moon does, ending the heliocentric model.
John's rebuttal had me worried for a second. But no, because there's another parameter that's important. It's not just small and local. It's small, local, and flat, yeah, or far away, big, and round. So what they can't have is round and close and local.
Exactly.
Like the moon.
Okay.
Like the moon.
Exactly.
Yeah, like that big moony thing.
Right. Perfect.
Well,
thank you for summarizing it 3 times.
Yeah. I think that's important that that's in there.
Beat this up hard. It needs beating up hard.
Yeah, do it. Do it.
Right, Nathan shows a diagram within his stream that shows parallel light hitting a globe and the shadows, and next to it on the left-hand side, you have divergent light hitting a flat plane in shadows, matching. That is actually the whole crux of the argument.
Yeah, I agree to
Just
that.
right there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, there's no problems in attacking it here. We're just vetting this thing, but I love it on many, many levels.
And with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a day! What a lovely day!